I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 19th. And we will be going into closed session. City Council will be going into closed session.
Yes, I'll make the announcement for closed session. We're going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D, Subdivision 2. And because this closed section falls under Subdivision E1, we do not need to announce the fact upon which we're going into closed session.
Thank you, City Attorney. Okay. Oh, we have
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we could please have a moment of silence for Jeff Borger. He was a young man that has been in the community for the last 4 years or so. He worked at the reconstruction of the Atwater, and he became a friend to many. So if we may please have a moment of silence for Jeff. And you can maybe be seated. I would just like to make a comment, as probably everybody would like to at this point as we come into this meeting today. We are going to be making some decisions one way or the other which will affect our community one way or the other. The one thing we know is that the city at some point will be moving forward, and I believe everybody on this dais wants to make sure that we keep our residents safe, at the same time having safety for those who visit and balancing the financial needs of all of our businesses and of course our city. So we must remember to be kind, and the other thing I'd like to say is visitors do come, which they already are coming. We need to be kind and respectful. I know that, we hear the stories about guys walking to Vons, they don't have their masks and blah, blah, blah. I think if we approach people with courtesy, with our masks on, and tell them we're trying to make this place safe for you, I think we need to meet them with kindness. And there's always going to be a few jerks that come to the island, and there is every year. So, and you have all handled those in the past, whether they be customer service complaints or whatever. We at the same time have to also be respectful, even though it is difficult. We've had this island to ourselves for about the last 10 weeks, and we've become very comfortable here in this situation. However, this island is not just our own property. As Mr. Wrigley said, this is for all who come. So please be assured we will do our best, along with law enforcement and everyone else, to make this place as safe as possible. Business owners, even if they're just doing retail at the front door, will be respectful, and they will all have guidelines. There are industry standards for every business or every industry in Avalon, and I do believe that businesses want the best for them. We do not need to be known as the city where they came, had fun, and got COVID. So please know, as we move forward in whatever direction and whatever speed, that we have the safety of all of you in mind, but we want people to, I personally want people to come and enjoy our island again. So thank you for that. And also, if you would all stand up and raise your voices as we sing happy birthday to Denise Ratty, whose birthday is tomorrow. And oh, yes, okay. All right, and who's going to lead us in song? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Denise. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, and I don't know when. I don't know when you're going to actually celebrate your birthday, but hopefully it'll be fun when you do. So, okay, we will now have the roll call.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Here.
Can anybody hear? Councilmember Ponce.
Here.
Councilmember Lavelle.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy. Here. And Mayor Marshall.
Here. Announcement and written communications.
I have no announcements, but I do have approximately 30 written communications. Some of them will be read
During item number 5. Thank you very much. Department head reports.
Good evening, Captain John Hawking. I'd just like to say a couple of the things that we've been dealing with recently. We are seeing more visitors on the island. As the businesses started opening, we started getting more once the beaches opened. And then the beaches, there's still restrictions on the beaches. You cannot lay out on the beach, bring coolers, put up umbrellas and so forth. It's for going out kayaking, swimming, jogging on the beach, walking around, but we are seeing more visitors to the island. The other thing that we are seeing more of now is somebody will own a condo or a house, and they will let one of their family members, their kids, come over and stay in the house. We'll get a call that people are renting the house in violation of the city ordinance. We go out there and contact them, and they are part of an owner. I do admit there's some friends with them because there's 10 people in the house or 5 people in the house, and they all are family members, but we are seeing more and more people on the island.
Yes.
And that's about all I have. If you have any questions for me.
Any questions?
I know that you had also, just for the community's information, talked with Brian and Olivia at Vaughn's, seeing more people walking into Vaughn's that are not from here and then also are not necessarily wearing masks. And actually was there yesterday when a visitor decided it was better for him to hold his shirt over his nose and thought that was a justifiable way to do that. So I have talked with Vaughn's about having someone stationed at the door all the time now, and I know that they've asked you also to make additional rounds
Yes, they did.
and come by, which is great. So I just wanted to make sure the town knew.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Lisa. One thing that we have a conference call, we're at 3 times a week now, and Vaughn's is on that call. The deputies make periodic checks through there, but, I mean, everybody tries to get around it. Well, it shouldn't apply to me because of, or I pull my shirt up to my mouth and so forth. The Sheriff's Department has masks. I believe, don't hold me to this, it was the Rotary Club who made the mask that we're passing it out. Was that Rotary Club?
And the Lions Club.
And Lions Club, thank you. Lions Club. So there's enough masks to go around for everybody. We have a whole bunch ourselves. They're right in our sheriff's lobby. All they have to do is come down there and pick it up, and they're good to go. And we will be doing more checks at Vaughn's, and we basically just walk in there and walk down every aisle. You can walk down and just look and see, and 99.9%. I mean, I went in there personally 3 times this week. Not one person did not have a mask on. So it's a small number that doesn't when they're inside.
Yeah. The other sad thing that I heard from Vaughn's today is there's shoplifting going on more than they've seen before. And that is not a good thing.
Okay, we need to be called on that. We have not been called one time for shoplifting at Vaughn's.
Okay, and I don't know if they're stopping it and getting the product back, but I was there one day and a kid scurried out the door with something in his hand. How could I recognize him? got a
Right.
mask on. But,
But
yeah.
we still want to be called so we know
Okay.
what's going on.
Yeah, so when you talk to Brian, talk to him about the
I sure will.
the theft.
Thank you very much.
I think also that, I mean, we're finding it unfortunately in the hardware store too, but what we're finding is empty packages.
Wow.
It's not on for, use this one?
Hello?
Oh, there,
Yeah.
the difference.
So we're also finding it in the hardware store, which is unfortunate. We can't call because it's after the fact.
Right.
And we did, not in the new store, but there's blind spots, obviously. So it's just unfortunate, you know?
Yeah.
Question, is there a way for you to be able to do how you walk through Vaughn's to do that as the express is arriving? Just to make the presence known?
We're out at the Express 2 times a day, every single time. And I'm out there, I have to be on the 9 o'clock call, so I try to, if the boat, it seems like lately the boat's taking a little bit longer to come across, but the deputies are there every single time. One thing we're seeing on the Express is when the people get off, then they take their masks off. Well, you're still required to wear a mask if you could come in contact with anybody. So let's say you have, and I'll just make up a number, 50 people getting off and 50 people getting on. Now we have 100 people in that area. You have to wear a mask for that. If you're walking up Avalon Canyon, walking your dogs, you don't need a mask on for that. There's nobody around you. Keep it in your pocket. Have it with you. And if you come in contact with people, put it on. But at the mole, we're out there every single time that boat comes in and leaves, every single day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a question. Is there a way we can ask the Express when they're making their announcements as the boat's coming into the harbor to let them know that they cannot remove the masks when they get off the boat?
Certainly, we could ask Mr. Lombard to do that, and I do know that when they have problems on the boat, that they're contacting the local sheriff, and that they'll be out there also.
And we work great with Catalina Express. They'll call me directly or the station. We'll go right out there. Anybody that's in violation, we'll contact them, explain the situation to them, and gain compliance right away.
I just think it would be great if they knew the rules before they actually got off the boat.
Yeah,
And that way,
very good.
yeah. They know what the expectation is.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Who's next? Go ahead.
They're fighting.
Fighting to stay down.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I just want to bring light. Monday is Memorial Day, and we felt it important. The city of Avalon, we're partnering with the VFW and their commander, Richard Huban, to do a little program. So it's going to be pre-recorded. It's going to be held at 11 o'clock. We'll post it on the city website. We'll have it on the Channel 3. We'll have it on Facebook. So 11 o'clock, about the same time that the regular program would go. We're going to lead in with the mayor, going to say a nice few words. We're going to do some flag placing on the gravestones up at the cemetery, and we'll have some footage of that. And then Richard will have a nice piece that he'll be doing. So 11 o'clock on Monday, the 25th. Thank you.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Mike Palmer, Assistant City Manager. In lieu of a presentation, I just want to give a brief update on some of the activities on the state and the county side that occurred since last Thursday's City Council meeting. Last Thursday, if you recall, it's talked briefly about county variances through an attestation or simply a declaration. That's all the attestation really means, is a declaration plan that individual counties who want to move faster through Stage 2 could prepare and submit for approval for the state's consideration. The state had a list of requirements that the counties must outline and attest to or declare that they could either meet or would have the ability to address. On Friday, the joint LA County Board of Supervisors and the LA County Public Health Press Conference, the county said that, or they had mentioned that they were entertaining the idea of allowing cities who met certain thresholds to potentially develop and submit an attestation plan. It's the first time we've been able to hear that cities might be considered. Later on the phone call, a specific phone call with the Public Health Department, Dr. Barbara Ferrer had mentioned there's still some uncertainty as to whether that would get approved, but they do feel that there should be some instances where cities could potentially move a little bit faster. So that said, the city will be moving forward with putting together an attestation and reopening plan. Denise Ratty has already started to work on that and has directed a team of us to start coming up with what that plan could look like. On Monday, in somewhat of a surprising announcement, although if you have enough surprises, they become less surprises, Governor Newsom announced at the press conference that as early as the first week of June, potentially, and again, he mentioned that this could be coming up, but pro sport events without spectators could potentially resume in California, and hair salons would likely be able to reopen statewide. And this is the first indication that we've received that we might be moving into, at least on the state side, that we might be moving into stage 3 as early as the beginning of June. Newsom also announced that the state is significantly loosening the county reopening requirements, or those attestation requirements, which would allow for essentially 53 of the 58 counties to reopen. This would include things like dine-in restaurants and shopping centers. For reference, when I had talked about the number of counties that were previously able to meet those thresholds, it was anticipated only a few number of counties would actually qualify under those stricter requirements. So they've loosened those requirements up. The new requirements don't even mention deaths at all. Counties now need to prove that they have fewer than 25 cases per 100,000 residents in the past 14 days, or less than 8% testing positive in the 7. So these are much more lenient restrictions that he has done. This move to relax those state requirements also come somewhat coincidentally after 4 Southern California counties, which were Riverside, San Diego, San Bernardino, and Orange County, started pushing back against the rules because it excluded a lot more of these major metropolitan areas. Right now, you can see on the map that I had showed previously, the only ones that had previously received approval were the more rural-based counties. Also, I just wanted to talk a little bit to, while we collectively move forward with developing this plan, the city continues to and will be actively making preparations for when Avalon can fully reopen. We want to do as much as we can prior to prep the environment and to take the steps necessarily so we don't lose any of those steps and we don't lose time. So I just want to run over a few things that the city's actually doing. I know we haven't really talked too much about that, but there have been a lot of things that have been going on, and hopefully this provides a little bit of reassurances to the community when they are asking the questions, what are we doing to prepare for that? So city staff continues to lead a regularly scheduled conference call. Captain Hawking briefly mentioned that call when he was talking about meeting with Vons. There's a lot of community stakeholders on there, and these calls are really about receiving policy updates and disseminating information that's happening at the local, at the regional, state, and federal levels, and to have open dialogue on the best and emerging practices for reopening. So there's a lot of discussions that happen during those conference calls, and we take a lot of that input and we put those into some of the plans and information on the website and for distribution. The city is also, through a partnership with the Catalina Island Medical Center, will be installing 20 hand sanitizer stations throughout the city at strategic locations. I don't believe we have received those hand sanitizer stations yet, but we are expected to receive them within the next week or two. So as soon as we receive them, Public Works crews will be going out there. We will be installing those hand sanitizer stations. As you can well imagine, those things are in high demand, and so there's been a delay in getting them, but we're deeply appreciative of the partnership with the Island the Catalina Island Medical Center. We'll also be installing signage throughout the city reminding visitors and residents to socially distance. We'll remind them to wash their hands, and we'll also where in some locations we'll continue to remind them if they're not feeling well, don't enter, don't come here, stay home, it's safer for you and for everybody else. Public Works crews will be mapping all storefront locations out, and they're going to be painting 6-foot distance markers on where to line up. So in front of stores, store entrances, and in front of restaurants, over at the mall terminal, we're coming up with what kind of marker could we do instead of just lines or tape as you start to see kind of pop up. We want to make sure it's uniform, and it also has that Catalina Avalon flair, so there's a couple artsy ideas of what they're looking at, and we're going to be going out there and we're going to be painting those on the pavement. And then we are also continuing to monitor all of the guidance and the reopening protocols that are coming out on the LA County's website as well as the state, as we continue to hear information about what is potentially going to open up, and as things get looser, they tend to release those guidelines, and so as soon as they do, we distribute those out through all of our contacts, through all of the meetings that all of staff attend to, and then we also work really closely with the Catalina Chamber of Commerce in order to get those guidelines out at the business community. I know there's been a lot of input from community members, and I have to say I'm extremely impressed because there's a lot of businesses that have, I think, really been very proactive and have tailored those guidelines to really fit the needs of their store and how their business is going to operate. And I think those businesses that take that proactive approach and really do their due diligence and research and are making the preparations now are going to be much more ready to move forward than other businesses, and they're also going to really instill a sense of confidence for when we finally get to that point. So that's all the questions I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Very, very good. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Very good. Harbor Master? Oh, not yet? Oh, we'll wait till we get to your item. Okay. And who am I forgetting? Mr. Greenlaw, did you have anything you wanted to talk about? Are you good?
Just one item. We're about 90% complete with our weed abatement, so we're making good progress, and we have a lot of community members helping out there on Pebbly Beach Road as we come in from the mall. We want to thank them that they're helping us out. Also, they're bringing some plants on the island to replace some of the ones that have succumbed to the no water. So things should be looking better as we're ready to receive some visitors.
And let me ask you, because somebody volunteered to water the plants. We have a little schedule for
Yes,
watering the front street?
We've worked our irrigation system. There's a few spots still within our planners that we haven't achieved our irrigation system fully working. So we do have our water buffalo, but it's nice to have also some volunteers that would water the plants besides our limited public works staff. So, yeah, that would be appreciated.
Yoshi, that has a little shop there on the base of the pier, she says she's willing to water, so she's one. So, Yoshi, if you're listening, you can volunteer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Council, how are we doing tonight?
Great.
The harbor, we're getting ready for summer. We're doing the swim lines. Today, there should be and tomorrow, floats, dinghy docks are going in, moving as normal. And as you noticed, you've been out in the harbor, you see the end float and the shoreboat floats. Those came over and they were put in place. I think the shoreboat float was put in place yesterday. So we're working on getting him electricity and water, and we're moving right along.
Yeah. And all the dinghy docks will be put in by Memorial Day or something?
I'm hoping that we have a short week this week. Friday, a lot of the guys are furloughed, and then Monday they're off also. So we're going to try to get at least 2 docks in at the club, between the clubs, and the Barbara Pearson dock in, and the swim lines in. So we'll be pretty well set.
Yeah. Oh, good.
I want to note that at this time, we are not thinking of putting in the fuel dock float because it would take more personnel to run it, and it's more costly, so we made the decision not to install it.
We'll just do the bucket over the side, or the hose over the side?
Yeah, just like they've done throughout the winter, they'll just send it down in a bucket.
Okay.
And we'll pull that out of the water and take it up to the warehouse.
Great, okay. Any questions of the harbor master? No? Okay, thank you. Chief, got anything? Okay, nothing to report from the Avalon Fire Department. Okay, city manager report.
I just have something. We had received communication from SCAG, and I should have brought this to your attention before tonight, because I will have to bring it back as a formal item at the next meeting. It's from SCAG, and right now, currently, the mayor is our representative, and they are asking for who the alternate is also. So I just was wondering if any of my new council members would be interested in that. The mayor attends it once a month in person when it's not the pandemic, but and Michael, you expressed an interest. Is that
anybody? Yeah.
So I will be bringing a formal item back at the next meeting then, and it will the adoption and a resolution appointing the mayor as the person and
You're my alternate.
okay. Michael Ponce as the alternate for SCAG. And Cindy Cassidy is our representative for Gateway Cities.
And I'm her alternate.
And
I've only done it once. I've only been your alternate one time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to announce what's happening outside, or is that during oral communications?
During oral communication.
Yes, it was noted. Thank you, Mayor. It was noted on our agenda. Sorry, but we've been doing everything remotely by e-comments, and today we are still encouraging the public to watch from the safety of their home, but if they chose to, they could meet in our courtyard, adhering to social distancing and mask, and at the appropriate time, if they had, during oral communication period, they may come in one at a time. Dan will be sanitizing our microphone and the dais there, and if they wanted to stay and participate at item number 5, which is when I think we'll be getting most of our comments, they would have to adhere to the same things if they wanted to come in one at a time. And this is a trial basis. We will see how this works. You can still submit comments via e-comment,
Yes.
and Michael Palmer would be reading those.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, important. We have a sign-up sheet outside. We did put something online. I think it was via the e-comments section. We are limiting comments to 2 minutes each, and up to 20 people.
Okay, great. Do we have a city attorney report?
Just something brief to follow up on what Assistant City Manager Palmer said in the new order that it came out regarding opening up counties. They are excluding from the county inmates in federal and state prisons. We believe that will also be extended to county prisons or county jails. When that happens, there's a greater chance that LA County will be open up because a large number of LA County's positive COVID cases are in the county jail.
Thank you, that was really informative. Okay. Now, do we have council member reports? Who would like to say anything? Yesenia, you're good?
Good. I have 5. Yeah, Lisa, go ahead.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought you said no.
Just was going to report that I met over the phone with a number of entities discussing one of the items this evening, but otherwise attended meetings as usual for all the updates.
Yeah, great.
So 2 updates that I have are from members of the community. One, Scoops is opening tomorrow, full service, including omelets in the morning, opening special $10 for an omelet and a cup of Starbucks coffee or fresh squeezed orange juice. That's in addition to their crepes, acai bowls, blizzards, and homemade ice cream and gelato. Plus they have all the Starbucks drinks, including the newest mango dragon fruit refresher. And they open at 8 a.m. And I'll send that to you, Annie, for your mayor's update tomorrow as well.
thanks.
Also, from the hospital, a reminder to our voters who received the ballot measure information to return the signed petition soon. The deadline is a week from Thursday, and the hospital still needs many more signatures. A question for city staff regarding trash pickups and concerns. For members of our community, we have not lessened the contract with Avalon Environmental at all during this time, and there really isn't any reason why the trash shouldn't be picked up on schedule as normal. And I know that city staff has been in contact with Avalon Environmental. We have received a lot of concerns regarding the trash pickup, so I know city staff is on it.
Yeah, that's correct. I have not maybe received as many. What I would please request is any complaints regarding trash service, please forward them to myself. You can reach it at mparmer@cityofavalon.com, or if they send them to you, if you could forward them to me. Sure. Sometimes they don't get there. I make sure to follow up Andrew from CR&R. He's the on-site program manager. He was out here today addressing some of the concerns that we've had, and is given me his, he's going to be coming up with a plan on how to make sure that this doesn't become an ongoing issue. So if I don't know about it, I won't be able to address it. So please forward those to me.
And then I'm just going to ask the question, and then you guys can, city manager or assistant manager can respond. Have we as a city reached out to Assemblymember O'Donnell's office and our other state leaders in search of funding? I am aware that many cities in our Gateway region have received significant funding through the CARES Act. So where are we with filing and receiving any funds through this process?
We most certainly have, not just one, but several letters to each of those.
How can we as council help? We need funding for our city.
Yes, we do.
We do, and my understanding was most of the distributions of the cities that received distributions through the CARES Act, which was phase 3, was for cities of populations of over a certain threshold and did not include smaller cities. There is some discussions ongoing in the phase 4. I know the mayor and I know the city has continued to write letters on behalf of the city requesting some additional or encouraging both Democrats and Republicans to come together on a consensus and to pass a fourth stimulus package that provides additional financial relief to smaller city jurisdictions. And so any of those efforts are greatly appreciated. If residents want to go on and individually contact their legislative offices, let us know. We can provide all of the contact information for them, and we can post that on the website. But they are ongoing efforts, and we do have regular communication with them.
I think we need to get out there and lobby additionally, if that means members of our communities calling with barrages of letters and whatnot as well. You know, for a city who has quite a bit more residents, more space, they have more tax-based income, they have more opportunity for sales tax, for property taxes. Here in a visitor-based economy where our sole income is tourism, we need help. And it's beyond me to see that some cities are getting $40 million, whereas $2, $3, $4, $5 million would go so far for us that we need some equitable distribution of that funding. So I would like to help in any way I can to get us out there and start blanketing our representatives to get us some support.
And I just want to note it also, Councilmember Cassidy, that our lobbyist Townsend as well as BB&K, they have been fighting our fight for us, and as letters have been written, we will definitely keep at it. We are not giving up, that we're not going to get some share of something to help us out.
Thank you.
And Matt Baker could probably speak to this, but he just recently was somebody reached out to him from one of our local legislative offices, their staff, and they were requesting some additional information. They have not told us where that information is going or how, but the fact that they're the ones that are reaching out to us instead of us reaching out to them is promising. So it sounds like that there might be some stuff in the works, and I'll let Matt give a little bit better.
Again, I don't have a lot of specifics, but I was contacted by an aide from Congressman Lowenthal's office, and I was, able to provide him with the presentations I've previously given, as well as kind of gave him the elevator speech, if you will, of our current financial situation, kind of speaking to the CARES Act and why some other cities may have already received funding. A lot of the funding in there was structured as reimbursement for COVID-specific expenditures. On the one hand, we've been fortunate as a city that we have not had to incur that many expenditures in response to the pandemic, but that may be why other cities are receiving funding. It may be more designed as in response to expenditures they had. The intent or the idea is Phase 4 would have, and I'll speak to it more in my presentation later, but money specific for lost revenue and things of that nature in the next stimulus package.
Thank you. And my last update is sort of just a reminder to our community that each of us as city council members in general are really not the authority to call when you see persons without masks on at Vons, or getting off the boat without masks, or not social distancing. That is actually the sheriff's department, but I know myself and I know some others have received messages late at night, sometimes 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and there's really not much that we individually can do. I did appreciate receiving information this weekend that we had quite a few visitors in town, just so that I was prepared for responses and whatnot. So I did appreciate that type of text, but we are just not the authority on whether or not somebody is or isn't wearing a mask. That's a personal responsibility that each individual needs to adhere to.
Very good. I probably won't write you a note on it, but last week we didn't have pickup on Mondays and Thursdays. It came on Friday. And the alleys were a mess. We tried to clean them up because people aren't, and the bummer is there's plenty of trash cans there because there's so many vacation rentals. So people could have put them in other trash cans instead of letting them overflow, and then the Ravens got a hold of them. But I understand they have furloughed some of their people, and they also had one of their people that usually pick stuff up had an arm injury, and so they seem to be short-staffed. Anyway, on a great note, how many of you saw the prom parade on Saturday? It was absolutely wonderful. It went, I didn't hear anything from the captain, so it went well. The girls were beaming, ear to ear, and they were riding with their dad or their mom and maybe a little brother. And the boys were just kicked back because none of them had tuxedos. But anyway, it seemed to go very well, and they were ecstatic that they were able to do that. So thank you for allowing that to happen. Okay, that's all I have. Any presentations? None. Okay. Oral communications. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to, it says 3 minutes.
That's on this oral communication. The 2-minute thing would be for item number 5.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Anybody else for oral? Do you have anything, Michael?
I do. I have 2 comments under oral communication. The first one is from a concerned citizen. They write, as a longtime resident and someone more at risk to COVID due to health problems, I'm worried by the increased number of tourists I'm seeing around town. Every few weeks I need to go over town for medical treatment and have seen an increased number of non-islanders on the ferry. Over the weekend I noticed a large group of tourists with lots of luggage. Where are these people going with no hotels open, I thought. I heard from the Kind Express attendant that they were divers. I was confused why divers were coming to the island as no businesses were open and the ferry and the city were discouraging non-essential travel. During these journeys, the divers weren't practicing the safe social distancing practices or even wearing masks despite repeated instruction to do so from Express employees. We arrived to the island, and I was picked up by my sweet granddaughter, and I returned home of a nap. In the afternoon evenings, I like to take an assisted stroll to get some fresh air and appreciate the gardens our neighbors work so hard to look after, looking awesome. And I frequently turn my stroll at the casino. Upon approaching the casino parking lot, I noticed the same group from the ferry. They were, in fact, divers, and again, they weren't practicing the distancing or wearing masks. It also seems that the business that operates out there was open and serving them. Is the town open to tourists? Are the hotels open now? Where do the untested and unscreened people go as nothing is open? I've been confused about this, as we all probably have, but I didn't know it was safe for a town and tourists now. If it is, I'm very happy. I'm worried about my health and the health of my neighbors. Also, what legal liability the ferry businesses in town will have if tourists are here and getting people sick. I know money must be running out, and the last thing we need is legal troubles. We've been really lucky with the few cases on the island, but as stated in quote from the Bible, but test everything, hold fast what is good. Amen, and God bless. The next oral communication I have is from Constance Garcia. She writes, "Hello, thank you to the city workers, volunteers, and everyone who has come together during this time to support the community. Many of us in the community have watched the city council meetings as of late. He have heard many options, many questions. I wonder how advisable it is to allow people who are not community members to sway or advise the town at this time. There seems to be a large number of people who are not residents, do not rely on Avalon for their livelihood, or have children in Avalon schools influencing or trying to influence decisions made about opening the town. I urge you to listen to your residents and constituents before weighing in the options of the opinions of others. I understand comparing Avalon to Disneyland is not popular, but in this case, Disney is not going to prematurely open because if their annual pass holders call into their board meetings demanding access, I cannot imagine the pressure you are facing now, and thank you again for your service."
Thank you. That's it? Okay. So we'll go into...
Do we not have anybody outside?
No. Not for this portion.
Not for this.
Not for this. Just item 5. Yeah.
Who went on this?
Yeah. Okay, consent calendar.
We have 2 items this evening on consent calendar. The first one is actions. There is 3 sets, one from the regular meeting of May 5th, and then 2 from our 2 special meetings on May 7th and May 13th. Second one is expenditures for a total expenditure amount of $717,670.06 for a disbursement between April 25th and May 8th of 2020.
Boy, that is quite a drop. Don't we usually see $1.9 million and $2 million on those things, Matt? Yeah. That's quite a drop. Okay. All righty. And council, what's your pleasure?
I'll move to approve items 1 and 2.
I'll second.
Any comments? Call for the vote.
Okay, Councilmember De La Rosa? Aye. Oh. Did you say?
I said aye.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't hear it. Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy? Aye. Mayor Marshall?
Here. Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Am I really here? Thank you. Okay, item number 3.
It's general business, and we'll have Dan Hunke come up, and this is to talk about our 4th of July parade and fireworks.
Good evening again. Amongst all the many things we'd be preparing for right now, for summer program, spring program, and summer program, are our 4th of July fireworks show and our parade. Early on, when we saw this coming down, we got in touch with our firework provider, Expo Shows, and mid-May was kind of his drop-dead date that he needed information on whether we wanted to proceed. So here we are back in front of you to kind of decide the fate of it for 4th of July and what you'd like to do. In the staff report, it shows they had 34 shows planned for the 4th of July or in and around the 4th of July weekend. At this time, only Redondo Beach is one show that they're doing, and that may change. We received another report from CPRS out of 45 cities that replied. The majority of them have canceled any type of 4th of July activities. So we're just looking for some direction. We have a wonderful community partner that would like to pay for the show this year. I think he was planning, him and his wife are planning on doing it on their own. I think since then they've got other involved that will help cover the cost of it. The cost of the show itself is about $37,500, $23,500 being the fireworks, in which the chamber is responsible for, and then the $14,000 in which the city has been responsible for the cost of the barge. Above and beyond that, we have about $26,000 of unfunded expenses, and that goes to bringing over the band, hotel accommodations, food accommodations, getting them over on the express, and a few other things. So they also, I'd like to say, the band director reached out probably 6 weeks ago as well, beginning of April, and he goes, at the time we didn't know where this was going, anything we can do as well to help fund that. So they'd be willing to try and fund that, if that's something that was desired of the council. It is a staff recommendation that we do not have a fireworks show this year. The general feeling is we could probably do it for the community, but we don't know how open or closed we're going to be in another 6-week period of time. We've got visitors here, the ability to kind of control those efforts. We don't envision it being a big gathering on Front Street. It would have to be from homes. We would like to, take the opportunity to maybe celebrate the opening of the community later in the summer, possibly Labor Day if we're so lucky to do so. And then we would also like to have consider, we had some success, but it was a smaller parade. I think there's the ability to do maybe a parade up and down the streets. And we'd like to come back in June, the second meeting in June, to see if we're further along in terms of opening up the city and what kind of distancing guidelines are coming down at that time. So put that on hold for another couple of weeks, how things roll out, and revisit that. That's something I think with staff we can, in a week or two, make it kind of a real local little thing, put a route together and have people come out of their houses and kind of support it that way. So with that, I am open for some questions.
I've been asking a lot of people, what do you think, some of the people that have been coming to their homes here to stay for a couple of days, and then people on the streets, and the consensus pretty much is, let's hold off on the fireworks. As much as they would love to see them, it's kind of a whole, I think, let's wait.
And Labor Day may be optimistic, at this point.
Right.
The donor he goes, I'll do a show whenever the city wants to do a show. I want to do one show. I'm not going to do one in July and one in, Labor Day. But they're willing to do it at any point in time. If it's Labor Day, if it's, Fall Festival, it's the first of the year, he's on board with that.
Cool.
I'd love to see us do it on the Sunday of Labor Day weekend, just to exactly as you've stated it, celebrate what we've just been through,
Exactly.
Celebrate getting through the summer. I love it. Love that idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did have somebody make a suggestion of something that we can do to celebrate, would be to do home decorating contest for 4th of July.
Yeah.
So just throwing it out there.
Okay.
Say that again?
Home
You would decorate
decorating.
we do a contest of decorated houses.
We could take the mayor by or the mayor pro tem by, a couple, paneled by and do some judging. And so that's something I can bring back at the mid-June, the second meeting in June also. Some thoughts on that?
I would like us to be able to do that little parade on the 4th. I'm just curious where everybody's going to get all their stuff to decorate their cards. I haven't been off the island, but...
I know a hardware store that might be...
How much red, white, and blue crap can you buy? And then the question would be, because we announced the theme a while ago, so then do we kind of continue with the theme for those? I don't know, some of the people that went really overboard on their floats, I'm just not sure how we get that word out, because they come to the island every year. They have a place out at Hamilton Cove. They also rent another house where they do the float building and send everything over. Right. So it's how would we, I guess the sooner we kind of know, so that they can figure
Well, at the same time, I think that needs to go hand in hand of where we are and opening it up to the
Right.
community.
Right.
So that might be a little premature, and I think it's going to be that,
Yeah.
mid-June, unless the council decides sooner that they're opening up the community.
You said you were going to show us guidelines? Well, not now, but,
We can put some guidelines together on what it would look like, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure, for the parade.
yes.
So the consensus is hold off on the 4th and thank our donor, and we'll just have a little more conversation on the...
I think that I think we need to have a formal action, so I would make the motion to approve staff recommendation that the consensus of the department heads to cancel the fireworks show for July 4th. But I would also like to add that we agree to do a fireworks show on the Sunday of Memorial Day or Labor Day weekend so that we can all plan, as well as the donors in the team, and move forward instead of trying to do something last minute.
Would you also add pending federal, state, and county restrictions are lifted for such a show and or gathering and deemed safe for the community?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. There's a motion?
There's your motion.
And I apologize, before you do that, can I just read one comment that I had received in regards to this item, if you
Yes.
don't mind? This is from Constance Garcia. She writes, "If we have restricted travel at the time, if rules are in place for physical distancing, could locals still decorate their carts and with their own families in the cart have a parade? If social distancing is maintained with onlookers, or the parade could go down several streets to allow people to watch from in front of their own homes to keep a physical distance."
And I think that's what we were just talking about, so that's great. So good, I support her for doing that. Okay, it's been motion and second. Who made the second?
I'll second.
Michael second. Further comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 4, financial update.
Evening, Council. So just as a quick refresher, what we're hoping to accomplish with our 4th finance update is we want to provide an overview and seek direction for the following. One being a recap of our prior finance updates, as well as our revenue assumptions that were included in those updates. The next thing was we want to go through the impact those assumptions have on our current and upcoming expenditures, as well as go over at a high level the options that we have as a city to ensure our continued operations. So to borrow from a slide that I've used previously, here's a look at the cash balances in the general fund and the harbor fund from February going to the end of December. And the one thing I would like to highlight from this, as dire as this picture is, this is assuming we do have some level of visitor-driven revenue coming in over the summer. I don't think it's reasonable to expect a summer at the levels we've seen in prior summers. But this, even with some visitor revenue coming in, we are looking at spending more than we currently are bringing in as far as revenues. If we were to not have any visitors this summer, the picture gets even worse. And by worse, I mean we would not have the cash to meet our obligations as early as potentially September or October. So those are kind of the stakes and the timing, and the reason why I bring this up is that, we do need to make decisions, and we do need to make them relatively quickly, because the longer we go without making decisions, the less options we have. So again, looking at borrowing from a slide that I previously presented on, if we were to assume visitor-driven revenues at 30% of prior years, even with the current levels of cuts we've had, we would still need to either find additional cash or make additional cuts of $2.8 million to operate the general fund in a balanced way. Another way to look at this is services that the city has historically provided, like taxi subsidy or bags for dog waste or commuter subsidy program even wouldn't have funds available to fund them, or at least not at the levels that people are used to. So even with the cuts we're making, additional cuts will still need to be made just to ensure that we can continue to operate at some level as a city. The story is similar in the Harbor Fund.
Let's say you only have 10%. Okay, not the 30?
Yep. So instead of the 2.8 million, we would need, say, 4 million or more to close that gap. And again, that's taking revenues over the course of a year and expenditures over the course of the year. So if hypothetically revenues over the summer were 20% and revenues over the winter were 100%, the summer being so important, maybe that gets us to that 30% number. But this is looking at the information as a whole over the course of the year. But if we were to have, say, zero visitor-driven revenue over the summer, even if we had 100% starting January 1, the chart that I showed a couple slides ago shows that without some additional influx of cash, that we wouldn't have the cash needed to operate.
Okay. After September.
So another way to look at the shortfall in the harbor here is, even if you indulged me and we had nightly mooring revenues at 100%, but our cross-channel carriers, our cruise ship wharfage were 30% of normal, we still would need to make additional cuts or find additional monies for the harbor in order to operate at the current reduced levels. And so what that means, another way to look at it would be that we don't have monies like we have in the past for things like sand replenishment. Our shoreboat subsidy service is currently cut at 50%, but we may have to look for additional cuts to close that 1.2. Fuel service is another thing where we provide to the community, but the city provides it at a loss. And so these are the types of things we would need to look at if we were to do additional cuts in order to close that difference. And so this is one of the slides where I'm looking for...
I'm back up again. That also would include additional cuts for staff, in staffing as well?
Yes. Unfortunately, a lot of the costs in the harbor are tied to labor. And really, in any fund you look at, it's hard to make meaningful cuts without looking at labor as an area for cuts.
Okay.
So this is a slide where I'm going to be looking for direction. I don't need a decision tonight, but I would like by the first meeting in June to have some direction. So just as background, the city every year comes up with a budget estimate for our TOT, our hotel tax revenues, and we determine the chamber's allocation based on that estimate. So our current contract with the chamber has 22% of our TOT going to fund promotion. And so we take that 22% and divide it up into annual payments over the course of the year. This year, with the measures that are in place, we don't anticipate to hit that budgeted target, meaning that we've already distributed to the chamber $965,000, or $80,000 more than what the 22% would be. That is without factoring any April, May, or June TOT numbers, but considering April and May at a minimum have been subject to the restrictions, June would have to exceed prior years in order to make up that current overpayment of $80,000. If you were to assume my 30% TOT numbers for the course of the year, next year's chamber allocation would be approximately $360,000. If they were to repay that $80,000 over the course of the year, that would reduce those monthly payments by approximately $7,000. The reason I'm bringing up this information for you is because I'm going to need direction as far as how to proceed with additional payments to the chamber. I recognize the chamber's value in bringing visitors to the island. That being said, I don't anticipate the revenues for the month of June to make that 22% number. So if we are going to be giving monies over the allocated 22%, I would need that direction from council to do so. Again, if you don't think my 30% number is accurate and you think that likely we can look at a better number, we could make that adjustment. Similarly, if my 30% is too optimistic, which has been the overall feedback I've received, that would only make that picture that much more difficult for the Chamber's funding. So again, I don't need any direction tonight, but I would be looking at the first meeting in June for direction as far as how to proceed with the Chamber funding.
Okay.
So kind of on the topic of the next agenda item, one of the things I was looking at is how opening the harbor would impact the city's finances. Just to be clear, mooring revenues alone are not sufficient to cover the costs of patrolling the harbor. However, to ensure public health and safety, certain labor costs in the harbor are fixed regardless of whether we're open to transient boaters or not. So by that I mean, even during the shutdown period, we've had at least 2 patrol officers on staff to ensure safety in the harbor. And so if you look at those as a fixed cost of having a harbor, what really the question we need to ask is, would the potential increased revenues of opening harbor pay the increased variable costs of additional hours for patrolling? So I've spoken with the harbor master as well as Denise to say how many more patrol hours would we need if we had a full harbor, hypothetically, for Memorial Day weekend, and extrapolate that over the month of June to see what those additional costs would be, to see if opening the harbor would at least pay for those additional patrol costs. And so the answer to that really depends on the week, and generally for the summer the answer is yes, it would be worth it, depending on the number of paying boaters that come into the harbor.
Do we have statistics on, I'm sure we do, on the number of, what are those percentage of mooring owners versus paying people that come?
We could. For the purpose of the analysis, what I did is I just looked at last year's paid nightly mooring revenues. And I said, hypothetically, if we were to get, say, 25% of last year's numbers for the month of June, would that cover the added patrol costs? If we were to get 50%, if we were to get 100%. So again, in none of these scenarios does having the moorings open at 100% make the harbor profitable. However, if we open the harbor and were to receive more than 25% of normal as far as paid nightly visitors, then it would at least cover the added costs of additional patrol. So again, I was not looking at other services, so I was not considering additional trash, additional maintenance costs, additional subsidy for the shore boat. I was just looking at the added patrol costs and doing this analysis. If you were to increase those as well, it would just push out what number we would need to hit in order to decrease the losses in the harbor.
Well, and again, a lot of the harbor is also based on cross-channel carriers. So do we have any projections based on what we're doing now, what influx of money that is to the harbor?
The cross-channel carriers are by far the largest revenue source for the harbor. We were looking at estimates of 30% over the summer months in that kind of expanded view. Whether those numbers are realistic, it's hard to say just given the changes in information we're getting. But yes, the cross-channel carriers are not only the largest revenue source, they also are kind of the easiest revenue source in the amount of patrolling needed to further revenues. The moorings are kind of more expensive as far as a service to operate compared to, say, cruise ship wharfage or cross-channel wharfage, where the relative amount of work for maintenance and patrol is less for those revenues.
And to that end, then, wouldn't it be good to have some kind of a number put into that? It might not be as impactful if we said, I mean, I don't know what we typically get on a month in July from them, but even if that number at 10%, what is that number? And that would be plugged into here, correct?
So the purpose of this was really just to look at the nightly moorings, and does opening the harbor to nightly moorings pay for the additional costs of opening the harbor? So when I do the other analysis on the harbor, I do look at the wharfage, and I did make assumptions whether it was 20 or 30% of the, say, prior summer averages. So for the purpose of where the harbor funds stand, I do consider cross-channel carriers. The purpose of this slide was just looking at the nightly mooring costs to see if opening up the harbor and those revenues we would get from opening the harbor to transient boaters, if that would pay for the added patrol costs to make sure that they can boat here safely.
Okay, but a closed harbor then, okay, let's say, we can't afford the harbor. A closed harbor would then be, the office would be locked up, I'm a mooring owner, so I just come in on my own and grab my thing and ride in my dinghy and park my dinghy and go get takeout.
I don't think I'm suggesting a closed harbor.
No, but that's why I think to know what that other, I might be alone in this, but know what that other number is. I mean, I see how dire it is, but...
I think, Annie, the most important part of this was just that we wanted the council and the public to be aware that even if our harbor is full, it's not going to solve our problem because we're still operating at a loss. And until visitors, our community can totally open up,
Right.
hotels, the shops, the restaurants, and
Right.
the cross-channel comes, and hopefully cruise ships again someday
Right.
after they solve their issues, that's when the harbor will be made whole.
Right, but
it won't
are
happen
you...
before then.
Okay, so and I'm maybe jumping ahead.
I mean, my main concern here is what I didn't want to do is say open the harbor, add the added patrol costs necessary to make sure the harbor can be ran safely, and then if we don't get enough money to pay for those added costs, from a city finance standpoint, we would be better off not opening the harbor and patrolling it with the limited patrol we're currently doing than opening it up, adding additional patrol in anticipation for the additional boaters, and then not having those boaters, and then still having the added cost of the additional patrol. So I just wanted to, this was really just an exercise to see, does the added cost get covered by the mooring revenues? And over the summer months, yes, it does, absolutely.
But if we're not, I guess I don't understand, if we're not tabbing right now for safety reasons, and we're not taking cash for the harbor, and are we doing online payments, or are we still doing payments via the boats? Because I guess I don't understand why we would have to have so much more staff. If we're not picking up trash, if we're not tabbing, why do we have to add so much additional staff?
Well, we still have a safety factor of taking care of the people that are living in the harbor, and 2 boats. And as you saw today, the way the wind came up out of the northwest, it creates issues. So, you know, you're still going to need the staff. 2 guys is minimum. For years back in the 80s, we worked with 1, but it had some dire consequences when somebody wraps up and the wind comes up and stuff like that. So the only reason why we're not collecting revenue now is because we closed the harbor. So and the mooring owners that do come over don't pay. So only revenue we're getting is from the liveaboards and the people that have skiffs and stuff like that. And maybe a thought would be, if you decide to go nightly now, start going nightly, because even a little bit's better than nothing. But you need a minimum of, for safety reason, of 2 people.
But not when you're a harbor. He needs a minimum of 4 on a day shift and a swing shift, and that's because boats are still coming in. You always have that boat out at the mouth of the harbor that greets them, and I think that they assign it. JJ can correct me. And then the ones that can't actually get on the moorings because maybe they're not as experienced, and the harbor patrol is helping with that. JJ, you can explain the other reasons.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're hitting the nail right on the head. You're looking at dollars and cents, but you got to look at the safety aspect of it. It's like a fireman. You have 1 fireman on, and a fire happens, and then he's got to take 2 trucks. There's a safety aspect. People have trouble operating their boats. It's just one of those
But you would still have 2 patrolmen out in boats in the harbor.
We have 2 patrolmen now. We currently have 2 patrolmen on day shift. We have 2 patrolmen on swing shift and 2 patrolmen on graveyard shift. That's what we have.
And even if we only had 30% of the visitors coming over,
We don't have any visitors coming over.
No, when we open the harbor, and if we only had 30%, at what point do you need to add staff?
I need to add staff on certain days, like this weekend, Thursday, because they'll start coming in, well, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday for the weekend. During the middle of the week, you go back down to 2 people if the traffic warrants it. But now, once we open up, you have all those visitors from the mainland coming over during the middle of the week, because it used to be, June used to be a kind of a slow time between Memorial Day and 4th of July. Well, all the kids are out of school. Everybody's at home now, and everybody's going to want to start moving around. So I got to have personnel to be able to take care of that situation. So it, I mean, I wish I had better news, but I mean, it's a safety issue.
I'm just respectfully going to disagree. I think that we need to look at our operations differently. I don't think that we are going to be at full capacity anytime over the summer. I also think that...
You mean full capacity in the harbor?
I don't think so.
I think you're wrong. I think that this weekend's going to be jam-packed, and outside in Descanso and in Hamilton. From the phone calls that we've been getting and we're continuing to get, the first thing people are saying, we want to come over and spend money. And even though you tell them, well, right now there's nothing to spend money on unless you want to go to a restaurant and get take out food. But, you know, they want to come here. So I think this weekend, especially this weekend, is going to be jam-packed.
Councilmember Cassidy, I want to assure you that the increase of how many patrol are on day shift, swing shift, and graveyard is only for this short period of time going through Memorial. We have no idea, and that all depends on what you guys do with the urgency ordinance, and we will closely monitor. It's just not a blanket 4 on every shift, and no, we will.
No, I understand that. I think what I'm saying when I'm suggesting think out of the box is that we have a harbor master and an assistant harbor master in the office, and you have 2 patrolmen. I think that, you know, in years past, it's worked, and I understand the safety. I'm not asking for less safety precautions. I'm asking for readjustment of assignments and duties so that we can make it work.
And I totally agree with you. All I'm saying is that, you know, I can't be in a boat. So, I mean, I'd like to be in a boat, but I'm told I can't be in a boat. So, you know, that takes a boat handler. The assistant harbor master who runs the operation. On certain days of the week, Sundays, you know, he's either a patrolman's in the office or he's in a boat. It's you know, we're staffing with 2 people, and once we start getting boats in, it just takes a wrap up, and all of a sudden, now we're in over our heads, and it's you know, I wish I could, you know.
And we're the ones that take care of the wrap-ups, or no? They call, what's his name?
They call a diver how to do it.
Oh, a diver. Oh.
We have to secure them on the mooring.
Right. Okay.
You know, because if they don't secure to the mooring, they can end up ripping their running gear out.
Right.
Which I've seen before. So
no doubt.
It's just, this weekend, I think, you know, we've amped up a little bit for this weekend because it's going to be busy.
The one thing I'm noticing is that the cost, whether you're at 25% or 100%, is the same for salaries and benefits. So,
well, again, even with that, if we were to open and it turns out we're 25% full, we might not need to be, we may still need to increase staffing from our current levels, but we wouldn't necessarily need to staff at the same level as 100%. Right. This was really just trying to illustrate that, yes, opening the harbor would reduce the loss in the harbor, assuming we got boats at a somewhat meaningful level. So the increased staffing costs that I have on here and why it's the same for whether it's 100% or 25% was really just trying to illustrate, does it make sense? Could additional boats pay for the added staffing costs? And the answer is, in particular in the summer, yes, it would. But you're right that if the harbor were only 25% full, JJ may need additional staffing, but he wouldn't necessarily need the same additional staffing as if it were 100% full. The numbers were really just trying to be illustrative that even with the added staffing costs, opening the harbor would still help the city's finances, assuming we had at least some reasonable level of visitors coming. And obviously, if we opened the harbor and we had no visitors coming, we wouldn't need the added staffing.
Right, and I think the other thing too is there was a misconception that by opening up the harbor that there was going to be an automatic, is going to solve our revenue issues. And so this was just to temper that expectation to say, there's still going to be a cost, and the cost will scale as the number of visitors go, but it's not going to be the revenue generating machine that, not you in council, because I know you all understand that, but I think there's a misconception in the community that opening up the harbor is kind of the one answer to our revenue issues, and the short answer is, unfortunately, it's not. It's a step in the right direction, but it's going to take a lot more than just the harbor to get us out of this hole.
It doesn't count for the boaters that get off, and when they could go to a restaurant, they'd spend their monies there, or they'd spend their monies in the shops and stuff. So we don't account for all that because we don't know that number.
Right.
And I don't, in not one of my circles or conversations has opening the harbor been about it's going to save the city finances. It will assist for sure, but it is not the be-all end-all. The be-all end-all is wharfage. It is the person walking off of a cross-channel carrier or off of a cruise ship. That is what is going to save our finances and our budget.
In the harbor one.
That being said, I'm interested in slowly beginning to reopen our community, and that's why I'm pushing so hard for the harbor, because it is the perfect way to slowly reopen our community.
And I thought we were all in agreement with that on last week.
Yeah.
So then, looking at, just a quick take step back, when we're looking at the cash flow numbers and showing that chart showing down to December where we're running into cash flow issues, our kind of two options are either cut to the level to operate in a balanced way, and we'll go over what that would mean and what that would look like and why that may not be the correct course of action, or look for additional inflows of cash while we kind of wait out this unique situation without visitors coming to the island, knowing that in the hopefully not so distant future we do see visitors return to the island. And so kind of the four items that I'm going to go over in a little more detail are what further expenditure reductions would look like, what to anticipate as far as the Phase 4 stimulus, what debt financing options may be available to the city, and then lastly on there, sale of city assets. Again, I'm not advocating for certain of these. I'm just trying to present them as options out there and try to go over some of the pros and cons of each of these potential either expenditure reductions or cash inflows. So again, not to spend too much time on the expenditure reduction because that was really the emphasis of the last update. Our general fund, our operating budget's about $10 million. With the current furloughs, we've saved approximately $2.6 million if you annualized those reductions over the course of a year. As previously mentioned, if our visitor revenues are only somewhere between 30% and 50% of normal, we would still need to cut an additional $1.5 to $2.8 million to operate in a balanced way. And there's no way to cut even $1.5 million out of the city's general fund operating budget without either eliminating departments or making cuts to public safety expenditures. So keep in mind, of that $10 million, about half of it either goes to the fire department or the sheriff's contract. And so if we were to look to cut an additional $1.5 million, we're talking departments or we're talking public safety expenditures. And so that's something to keep in mind. If the answer to this is solely from cutting, those are the scale we would be having to talk to if that's the route we wanted to take. I'm not saying that there aren't additional expenditure cuts to be made. I'm just saying if we were to cut to the level that we operated within those revenue targets, that's the scale of the cuts that would have to be made. Similarly, in the harbor, most of the money is funded from visitors. If we were to see visitor revenue at 30 to 50%, we would still need to make an additional over $1 million in cuts. And really in the harbor, there's not a lot of places outside of labor costs to look at. And so again, I'm not saying that there aren't additional expenditure cuts to make, but if the entire solution to the city's finances is through cuts, the scale of the cuts would be quite steep. As I said, potentially to a whole department level of cuts. So the next option, and this one in some ways is the best, but I want to temper expectations. Phase 4, the HEROES Act, this is what was passed by the House, I believe, last Friday. It is a $3 trillion relief package. And I never thought I'd say this, but $3 trillion may not be enough for us. So out of that $3 trillion, there is $375 billion that is earmarked to assist local governments. The chart on the right shows how that money is divided up. Approximately half of that $375 billion would go to counties based on county population. 35% would go towards larger cities, and the portion our city would fall under is the smaller city allocation, of which there would be $56.25 billion distributed nationwide to smaller cities. Again, that is based on a formula funding primarily centered on population. So if the House version passed as written, or at least with regards to monies for cities, we would anticipate receiving approximately $1.2 million within 30 days of the bill's passing, and an additional $600,000 sometime in spring of 2021. I think last time we spoke, I mentioned that if it was done in a formula by population manner, it wouldn't be sufficient to cover our losses. And unfortunately, that is, as the bill is currently written, how the funds are distributed to cities.
Do we know how they even get those numbers for populations?
It is driven by the census. And so that brings up my next slide.
Okay.
Please fill out the census. The current funding is based on existing census information, but we don't know what the next 10 years will look like, and so we need to do everything we can with this census to make sure everyone is counted. You can go to 2020census.gov. There are also phone numbers you can call to provide the census information. Those numbers in English would be 844-330-2020, and in Spanish it would be 844-468-2020. Right now I have two numbers on the screen that shows the statewide average for census completion compared to our city's self-response rate. While I hope the issue is just we haven't had it updated, that is based on what they have posted on their website as of this morning. So please take the time, fill out the census. It's important. Even if it doesn't help us with this round of funding, we don't know what the next 10 years has in store for us, and it's important that everyone is counted.
If I can add real quick on that, I know that we are the only ones in about 10%. The next one up is 50% and up. So we're not doing too good. We need participation.
There are,
Please.
there are also, though, we've asked, and Dan and I were talking about this last week, they're not certain how they're counting Avalon because we don't have a code since they don't mail to P.O. boxes to physical addresses only. So there's a lag in loading those, and then also because Dan and the team that have been working at food distribution every Wednesday have been amazing. The Catalina Island Foundation former students have been unbelievably helpful and willing to help. However, they think that there might be some issues with them because they used their personal phone to avoid having to touch someone else's phone and walk them through the process that they might have because there's several responses from each phone several times. Potential issues with counting that as a response. And then finally, knowing that almost 40-45% of our homes are vacation rentals automatically cuts that number down. So Belma and Scarlett from the census have been working on trying to get answers for us and trying to adjust it because of that and see what the lag is. There should have been a significant jump from 2 Wednesdays ago, and there was not. And so we're not sure why that is, so.
Right, yeah.
But yes, please, if you have not yet, please fill it out. Call them, you can fill it out. It's confidential. They do not report any of the information to anyone other than providing a number of people. And please be as honest as possible with how many people are in your household. It makes a difference.
Right, right. And are they going to be going out at some point, because I think they extended it out till October, are they ever going to have people knocking on doors?
So we actually had a team that volunteered to go set up a table, and out of an abundance of over-caution, I personally, and then talked to Denise, and she made a noise that made me realize we shouldn't be doing it yet, said we should hold off. But people are wanting to put a table up and be able to assist, but because of physical distancing and being in stage 2, we're trying to hold off until it's safer. They do still have enumerators that are supposed to be going around. It has been extended through October for that, and the count actually isn't reportable until the end of the year to the president, so I'm hopeful that we can still make this happen, but if people are at home, it literally takes 4 minutes on your phone. It's really easy. It's 9 questions. You just literally answer the questions to the best of your ability and send it off. That's it.
And once they start working, they're going to be harder to find.
Correct.
You know, so, yeah.
Yeah, now is a great time.
Yeah.
Do it right now. If I challenge you to do it right now before this meeting ends.
Can we do our own mailer? Like P.O. Box 1, P.O. Box 2, P.O. Box 3? Can we just do a general mailer on our own from the city? That
How much does that cost? You just saw the
Well,
one.
I'm just saying that I think it would be worth.
Yeah.
I don't.
We had asked them if they would be willing to do that originally at the very beginning, and for some reason the answer was a no, but I can go back and ask for sure.
But wasn't it Ben Ellen just send one out? We all got in our mailbox?
Yeah, there are a couple that have come out. I know, actually I think it was O'Donnell that did it.
Yeah. And every time I turn on my computer, it pops up. You know, where the little ads are. There's census everywhere. So, I guess that was a no, Cindy.
Well, I mean, we need to do something because we are a sinking ship, and the most important thing a community member can do right now is fill out that census. We need all the funding we can get from that.
And I know you're Facebooking out there in Spanish, right, and all that good stuff, and appreciate that. And
Lisa, do you remember if they're allowing us to assist them now?
Technically, the assistance is not being able to answer. If we're offering a device to use and they're answering the question, then that's okay to do.
Okay.
So, but I know there's a team that you've been working with as well that are wanting to help people both with unemployment and the census, and
so please reach out. We'll
so please do.
Okay. All right. Continue, please.
So if expenditure cuts alone and the Phase 4 stimulus isn't enough, another avenue to consider would be debt financing. And so before I got into the specifics of what those options would look like for us, I wanted to provide just kind of a brief overview of some of the terms I'm going to be using, just so everyone's somewhat familiar. So what is an interfund loan? That's essentially just borrowing from one fund to another with the intent to repay. So an example of that would be earlier this year, the sewer fund borrowed from the general fund to cover some of its operating costs, knowing that those costs increased after the budget went into effect, and there weren't additional fund balance available in the sewer fund to cover those. So that would be an example of an interfund loan. A municipal bond is essentially a loan. It would be borrowing money to be repaid with interest at a later date. There are two different types of municipal bonds that governments can issue. One would be a general obligation bond, and the other would be a revenue bond. A general obligation bond is secured by tax revenues for repayment, whereas a revenue bond is to finance a project with payments to be made from that project's revenue. So a general obligation would be paid or secured with, say, a portion of the property tax, whereas a revenue bond would be, for example, borrowing money to build a bridge and then having a toll on the bridge, and that toll revenue goes to paying for those construction costs. So that would be an example of both. Another difference between the two is a general obligation bond requires voter approval. It requires 2/3 voter approval, whereas a revenue bond does not require voter approval because the revenues from the project will pay for the project cost. Typically, a revenue bond will have higher interest rates than a general obligation bond because it isn't backed by tax revenue. What is a lease revenue bond? That is a specific type of revenue bond. So some projects wouldn't necessarily have a revenue attached to it. For example, if you were to borrow money to build a fire station, there wouldn't be a revenue source from that new fire station. And so how it would work is the fire station would essentially make rent payments or lease payments to the bondholders to pay off the borrowed amount to construct the fire station. And so lastly, one of the other questions is, can the city take advantage of the CARES Act municipal liquidity facility? So there was something in the CARES Act designed to help cities access short-term borrowing. Unfortunately, it doesn't really apply in our situation. What it was really designed for was short-term borrowing, so less than 2 years to repay, and they were for either tax anticipation notes or revenue anticipation notes. So, for example, if the sales tax deferment by the state was going to cause, say, significant amounts of the city's money not to be received in the normal, timely manner, but repaid, say, a year from now, cities could borrow money in anticipation of that deferred sales tax revenue, and then when that sales tax revenue that was deferred is received, use those monies to pay back the bond. Again, it was really designed more for short-term borrowing and not for a longer-term borrowing. Again, in our situation, it isn't so much that our revenue is being deferred, it's that we aren't receiving the revenue, so we wouldn't be in a position, say, in 6 months to be able to pay off that borrowing. And so that's why that tool really isn't applicable or available to us. So kind of the two that would be potentially available to us would be either an interfund loan or a lease revenue bond. There's a lot of similarities between how these would be structured for us. One, with the interfund loan, would be a lease-leaseback agreement with the housing authority. And so what that would mean is that City Hall, the fire station, or some other city asset would be leased to the housing authority, and then the city would lease it back from the housing authority and make annual lease or rent payments till the interfund loan is paid off. The funds could be potentially callable, so if there were housing projects that were identified before the full amount was paid back, we could structure it so the city would have to pay it back to fund those identified projects. There are implications regarding the use of funds. However, the interfund loan would provide a higher investment return for the housing authority, as well as a lower interest rate for the city compared to a more traditional lease revenue bond arrangement.
Right.
So the lease revenue bond would be a similar thing, but instead of a lease-leaseback with the housing authority, it would be a lease-leaseback with bondholders. Again, some city asset would be used as essentially collateral and then leased back to the city until the amount was repaid. There would be a potentially longer repayment term available if we went through a more traditional lease revenue bond, but there would also be higher interest rates and issuance costs compared to an interfund loan.
So I have a question. When you say bondholders, that's just the people that you do business with, whether they be private or something else?
Right. So they would be either institutional investors or private investors.
Okay. Okay.
So then the last option I have listed here is sale of city assets, and the reason why it's the last item listed is for a number of reasons. One, we can only sell an asset once. And so we don't know, what situation the city will be in down the road, and so we need to be prudent with what resources we have available. The second reason why I wouldn't necessarily view this as the most desirable option is because we are in a depressed or a recession currently, and so it wouldn't be the time to get the optimum value out of any of these properties.
Right.
And as well as there may be some restrictions on what the proceeds from any sale could be used for. I know it's been mentioned at several meetings, 206 East Whitley. that property was purchased with housing authority funds, and so the money would have to be used for housing purposes, so we couldn't give the money to general purposes. Though it may be available to loan, it wouldn't be available to just give to the city. And so
I have a question about that, but it was something we discussed in closed session, so I can't really reference back, right? Yeah, okay.
So again, I am listing this because it technically is an option. Another thing to consider if you did want to pursue this route is there is some timing involved between getting our properties appraised, finding a buyer, closing escrow. So another downside of any potential sale would just be the timing of when those monies could be available to the city. I only listed it on here because technically it is an option and it could bring an inflow of cash. I don't necessarily think this wouldn't be my first course of action. So again, just to recap, with even limited visitors or no visitors this summer, we either would need to make significant cuts to the department level to operate within our revenue means, or look for other inflows of cash. While I'm hopeful that we do receive some funding from the HEROES Act, so that's the Phase 4 stimulus money, I don't anticipate currently that even if it were to pass as written, it would be sufficient alone to close the scale of the problem. So our other options then as far as cash inflows would be debt financing, so that would be the interfund loan or a lease revenue bond. Then lastly, sale of city assets. I did not include on here, because I don't believe it's really even worth mentioning, bankruptcy or disincorporation, because right now we're really facing a short-term temporary problem, and I don't believe a permanent long-term solution is the course of action for a short-term temporary problem. But I guess technically, if I'm listing everything, interesting fact on disincorporation, the county can require a tax imposed on the city for the added cost of taking it over. So there could potentially be added cost to the residents if that were to happen. Again, I don't view that as something that we're going to have happen, but listing it there just so it's out there. And I guess with that, if there are any questions.
Do we have public comment on that?
There's comments that have come in, but I think they're much more applicable because they're all related to the harbor, to the next item of discussion.
Okay, thank you. Well, and when applicable, provide direction to the city staff. I guess we're not privy to what you're doing, what you're thinking. I mean, you're saying these are options, but where do we actually get involved in the discussion?
Well, we will be bringing back a couple ideas that we spoke about in closed session for the public to be aware of and for you to buy off on, as well as, oh my God, I just went blank, Annie.
That's okay. And this is a terrible thing to say, but if we have to look at cuts, staff-wise, is that a discussion we have, or is that a discussion you have, or you tell us you can discuss this, but you can only go so far in this because of, for this reason or that reason? And I'm not talking about specific people, I'm just talking about concepts of cutting.
Correct. We would come back with that. And the other thing, I remembered what it was about the chamber. We do need direction on that, and so you could just give us some general direction this evening. When Matt, want to pull up that slide again, Matt, please?
Yeah. Where to go?
Because that payment is made at the first of the month.
Well, I know they're having their meeting on Thursday, right?
There's a board meeting, yes.
Yes, and I'm sure they're going to be talking about this as well. And is somebody from the city in that meeting?
I am, Mayor.
Okay. So I'm sure Jim and other members of the chamber are hearing this right at this moment, so that's bad but good. I'm glad they're hearing it.
Jim has been aware for the last 2 months that we made payments. We kept lowering the amount, and then at this point, we thought that you needed to give your feedback and tell us what direction to go from here. Jim is aware of the total amount overage, as well as, and I know he's relayed that to his board members.
Well, could we maybe, I'm trying to be nice, make it something less, if we decide to do it something less than the $6,900 payback, and then graduate that up as the economy improves and more TOT, and then they either give them less or something where there's kind of an economy of scale or whatever. I'm not an economist. Because I know they still need money. I know they're going to be looking at what we're looking at. And I also know that they say if this is the time to be spending money, if you're trying to get people forward.
Can I ask if this is something we can hold over?
Oh, absolutely. Michael, I'm not asking for an exact number for that.
But the executive committee is meeting tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And this will be part of the discussion.
Okay, good.
So if we could...
Absolutely. It will be coming back to the council.
Yeah. Okay, good.
And we will be looking at that time for exactly what to do.
Okay.
When that does come back, as we're currently, both Michael and I are members of the board, is there... Is it just direction, and so we're able to provide direction, or is it something where we would need to recuse ourselves?
We have asked that question when Councilmember Hafes was on, because you're not getting paid by the chamber. Has the appearance of having a conflict of interest. Scott, are you out there?
Yeah, it's not a conflict of interest to be a member of the chamber or participate in the chamber.
Thank you.
But like I said, the executive board is meeting tomorrow morning. So
okay.
We're meeting at 9, and because I am chair of the chamber right now, so.
Okay, great. Okay.
I do know, just to give an update, after having spoken with Jim at length yesterday, just on a variety of topics, they do have sitting, waiting, ready to go, an absolutely beautiful campaign that I'm hoping, because that was stuff that was literally planned to go live on April 1st. The team that was working as the marketing committee has been developing plans to be able to roll stuff out when we do reopen, starting with Safer at Home and moving into safe things to do while you're here, separated and alone, individual and or outdoors. So those things I think are necessary and do need to start coming out, which is great to know you guys are meeting tomorrow morning, and we have the board meeting on Thursday. But Jim did ask about the EDA and EAA loans, if the grants for those had been discussed or...
So we have met with our Townsend, our consultant, on that topic. Mike could speak to more detail. There is other things besides promotion that those funds could potentially be used for, including figuring out ways to pay for needed infrastructure. So, for example, Mole Phase 2. Mike could probably provide you with more details on that, but our goal is to prioritize making sure the mole is completed and to a level that is encouraging to visitors.
Correct, and we're actually looking to get some additional clarification. One of the things that we want to know is if 2 applications are submitted, is that possible, number one? So if the city has to sponsor one for the chamber, are we able to do that without jeopardizing an additional application that we are putting together? And then Public Works has a list of more capital-related projects like the Ferry Mole, Phase 2, Pebbly Beach Road, the Five Corners project, and then there's some other ones. So we're also looking at, is there a way, if the answer is no, and we can only submit one application, the other question then we're trying to look at is there a way to join forces to submit one application but tie a tourism component to that? I think that might work a little bit easier with Mole Phase 2. It's just navigating that and trying to do so rather quickly. And so we are actively having those conversations with Townsend, and we'll be following back up with Jim at the chamber on that.
Great, thank you so much.
Great. Okay, so I guess that's all the direction for now.
I guess, Denise, correct me, are we looking for direction on whether we should pursue and bring back to council more information as far as our debt financing options, if that's an avenue that we want to at least continue to pursue at this time?
Yes, we got that direction from a closed session also, so at that point, the public would be aware of what we would be doing to going into debt in the process.
So we will be bringing forward that for public discussion shortly.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I don't know if that was the time, but I did receive one question from Paula Patterson. She asks, are the Tuna Club and Yacht Club city assets?
I believe so, yes.
And that's one of the questions that we do not know if we were to sell that, did that money have to go into the harbor fund, which would help out our general fund because we can't borrow that way, or could it go into our general fund? So it's a question that we still have to answer.
No. And then likewise, I still don't understand, and maybe it's a discussion for another day, when you have Yacht Club members saying, well, they built the building, something that we have the tide lines, they have the building. I'm still confused on whatever that is. But for another day, maybe when we talk about...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
And then another question, has the city considered using our assets to borrow, for borrowing collateral in lieu of selling our assets, seeking conventional or private lending?
Yes.
So that's something we have considered. I think the primary concern with kind of going more on the lending side is if we're looking for a private lender, the timing to pull together identify that private lender, and so that's why we're looking to borrow kind of the more conventional lease revenue bond route, in which case we would be using a city asset as collateral as part of the leaseback. But yes, we could also pursue kind of lenders outside of the traditional bond financing route. Is that...
Well, because you said bond financiers could be private investors.
Yes.
Right. And there are those discussions that I think we should continue with, because some people say they could come up with money pretty quickly, but the only thing is we have to appraise that asset.
And regardless of what debt financing route we go, whether it's a private individual, whether it's a lease revenue bond, or whether it's an interfund loan, we will have city assets that will need to get appraised, and those assets would be used as collateral for either the bond or the loan, whichever debt financing mechanism we chose, if we were to choose.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions of Finance Director Matt? Okay, thank you very much. I know this is painstaking work, but you love looking at numbers, so we appreciate you very much.
Could we please take a 5-minute break?
Just 5? What time is it?
I think 5 is fine, but the next time.
On. Okay, item number 5.
This is consideration and adoption of an amended urgency ordinance concerning COVID-19. And I just want it noted that the urgency ordinance that's in front of you combines the last 2 that you adopted. It's with the amendments that you made at the last special city council meeting. And I do want to apologize for getting you the ordinance as well as the staff report so late. I have had a question if I was in violation of the Brown Act. I want to assure you that it was not. The part of the Brown Act is the agenda face itself. It's to notify the public that there are what specific items being discussed so the public is aware, and if they had interest in it, they could come in and express. So I just wanted to clear that up in case that person that's had asked that question is listening. And then the timelines through this ordinance are through stages 1 and 2 as directed by the county guidelines, not the governor's, so the state of California's, because county seems to be going slower. And then in the ordinance itself, there in the section where it's temporary moratorium on rent increases, that is going through December 31st, 2020. In sections 3 and 7, which is the limitation on hotel occupancies and transient occupancies to persons engaged in essential activities. The harbor, as you know, we took off at the last one, so that's noted in the agenda, and that would start, I'm hopping a little bit, and that's in section 8, and that would start on, as according to your direction at the special meeting, it would start Friday, May 22nd, and upon opening, the shoulder rate would be in effect, which is the buy 4, get 3 free, through June 15th, and after that, it would be a nightly rate through October 15th. Then in sections 4 and 5, it's the temporary moratorium on eviction for non-payment of rent for commercial and residential tenants. Once again, that's in effect through the county's stages 1 and 2. And then the curfew section was section 6. I do want it noted also in sections 3 and 7, which is the hotel occupancy and transient occupancies. I had 2 council members ask about the possibility of removing those sections. So if you will turn to those sections, you'll note that in bold it says you can adopt or delete those highlighted sections. It said highlighted, but when I printed it off, it went gray, and then obviously, because I didn't want to waste colored ink, and then when I made the copy off the gray, it didn't make it shaded. So just to note, it's section 3 and section 7.
So we shall take that one section at a time for discussion.
If I could just also note one thing, this is an urgency ordinance. Okay. So in order to adopt this ordinance, it takes 4 votes of the council. So if this ordinance is not adopted, then what happens is all the previous ordinances that you have adopted remain in effect until June 1st, and then all your regulations go away.
So that's very important for you guys to note that. And the urgency ordinance, I was asked today by a couple people, how come it has to be a 4/5 vote? Because it goes into effect immediately, as our regular ordinances come for a first reading, a second reading, and then there's 30 days before they go into effect, because that gives the public time to have
Denise,
a problem with it. Yes.
Can I trouble you? Scott, no offense, but it's a little bit muffled, even for me to hear. Denise, could you repeat what Scott said about?
Yeah, I can try it again. This ordinance requires 4 votes to enact. If this ordinance does not pass, the ordinance that you have previously adopted expire on May 31st. And so if this ordinance is not enacted to replace that, then all the regulations that you have put in expire on May 31st. The reason is when the council initially adopted the urgency ordinances, we didn't know how long and what the situation would be, and so they just adopted it until May. The other alternative, rather than an urgency, is a regular ordinance, which requires only 3 votes. However, that type of ordinance does not go into effect immediately. It goes into effect 45 days from the first reading. That would put us into the July 4th weekend. And so the purpose of the urgency ordinance is to have the regulations, if adopted, in place starting tomorrow. That's what I said before with Denise's help.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then also, just for the record, the written communication that I noted earlier in the meeting, there are approximately 30 of them. The majority of them were about moving the city forward and removing the city's stricter guidelines. There was some about not opening the city at all. So I just want that noted. I have 3 that I'm supposed to read into the record. I can wait till whenever you tell me to do that, Mayor.
Well, if it has to be read, they need to be read, so let's read them. Good, please.
And Denise, also, one additional person that asked me to ask you to read theirs into the record from Alejandro Beliza. If you have that as well.
Hello, from Mark and Devin Lyons.
Let me interrupt for a second. Just as we're going to limit the people there to a minute and a half, let's limit and I know you read well, let's limit those to a minute and a half as well, as if they were here. Is that fair? Is that fair? Maybe they all can be read quickly, but I mean, I don't think anybody has written volumes.
No, these are not as long as last meeting.
Okay.
Hello, Mark and Devin Lyons. We have some concerns and comments that we would like to be read into the record at the next City Council meeting, please. We both are tour guides for one of the companies in Avalon, and we would like to express our serious reservations at the recent turn of events regarding the COVID-19 response. What started out as an effort to save lives by flattening the curve and prevent hospital emergency rooms from being overwhelmed has now morphed into an open-ended lockdown order. This has crippled the economy, disrupted lives, and left most people as prisoners in their own homes. We feel the original stay-at-home order was justified and has done its job. Now we feel enough is enough. Let's get back to work. There are precautions and safe practice measures that need to be put in place, but this continued lockdown is becoming worse than the virus itself. Our beautiful city of Avalon and our treasured history of Catalina Island needs to be appreciated, visited, and opened. Avalon is quickly dying on the vine. We fear that before too long we may have no job to return to, and this is the opinion and feelings of most residents that live, work, and want to thrive here. The shops, restaurants, and varied businesses are near the tipping point of not being able to reopen. If we lose too many businesses, venues, and attractions, people will have no reason to come and enjoy all that we have to offer. The word essential needs to be recognized as far more than groceries and food. As we are walking around town yesterday, many residents were coming back from being over town. Some had gotten their haircuts, dogs groomed, and brought some basics that are not available here. They also were spending money in other counties that are open. Not only were they taking care of the tangible essentials, they were filling the normalcy void that we all are striving for. Thank you for your time and consideration, Mark and Devin Lyons. This one is from Thomas Salinas. Today's vote is critical in the livelihood of the city, its residents, and all our businesses. People are going crazy as they are locked up with no assistance that people assume they are receiving. For our staff and vendors, coming out of this after summer season will deprive them of up to 70% of their annual income. Many of them will never see a stimulus check and will immediately see the dire results, including food insecurity of the shoulder season if we don't open now. This timing is perfect for a gradual reopening under our newly organized health procedures. We are already slow for June and have only a fraction of the reservations we would have this year. Waiting for July is a recipe for further disaster. Our response and readiness plan has been submitted to Chamber and Mayor Marshall separately, but will be available for review by anyone who would like to go through it. These steps are based on guidance and requirements from the California Department of Public Health shown on this web page. And they did attach 3 attachments, and it's thank you very much, Thomas Salinas, President, CIVR. The other one is from Yoli Say, I apologize. Good afternoon, Denise. Please read this into the record. Mayor Marshall and council members, I have had conversations with some council members regarding extra precautions we are going to take above and beyond what the county requires. We have been shut down since March 25th and will be opening back up for essential travelers starting today. I would like you to consider when voting that many businesses that I have been working with are doing the same to ensure the safety of our employees and our guests. I believe that if you decide to extend the ban on vacation rentals, you will force more underground illegal rentals by owners, and by doing that you cannot regulate the safety of employees and guests, not to mention no revenue for the city. This would be reckless. One council member kept indicating they want guidelines. The county has put in place the guidelines we have to adhere to, and I will follow them, plus the extras I have added. There has also been 2 plans sent to you by a hotelier and a vacation rental company that we have all seen and took action from. Please keep in mind, we want what's best for our community and residents, safety first. We also need to keep in mind that many residents do not qualify for EDD or stimulus. That said, many have no money for food or rent or are very eager to get back to work. I ask, if we do not get them back to work, does the city have a plan to bail them out? Does the city have a plan to generate the revenue that visitors bring that is needed to keep the city from bankruptcy? Many small businesses like ourselves have not been bailed out. The PPP is not a bailout. If you cannot comply with their stringent requirements, you have to pay it back. Thank you for your consideration. Yolanda Say, Hotel Metropole, Metropole Marketplace.
Thank you.
This is from Alejandra Barrega. Good afternoon, Mayor Annie Marshall and City Council. I would like to express my concern about reopening our island businesses too early during this pandemic crisis. I believe pushing to open prior to health department inspections governing the opening of businesses is a mistake. We have been given stipulations from the state regarding the requirements needed to open businesses, but no one is checking to see if the state's requirements are being followed. All it will take is one case tagged to a business in Avalon for restrictions to get incredibly difficult for the rest of our businesses once the health department starts their inspections. Enforcement has been a struggle in Avalon at the best of times. The stipulations of the stay-at-home order are exact, and we have not had any enforcement since it began. Restaurants are serving alcoholic beverages at the bar to guests seated waiting for food in the restaurant, not at curbside. Restaurant employees not wearing masks or gloves. Retail stores following people to go into the shop. Retail stores allowing people to go into the shop. People gathering at the beach and leaving their trash, etc., etc., etc. How are we going to enforce safety measures for tourists when we can't do it for locals? How is opening business in Avalon going to help with no tourists coming to the island? Even if you change the stay-at-home order in Avalon, our community cannot sustain the businesses in town. With no tourist, businesses will just burn through resources, leading to a faster closure. My favorite quote is, "Don't tell me how awesome you are or how hard you work, show me." Alejandra Barrega.
Okay. So how do we want to proceed? Do we want to go through each section and make sure we're...
I think we should just take the last of the public comments from outside.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because
First?
that will help us in the decision-making process.
Okay.
And then after that, I also have comments that have come through here.
And we said we were going to take 20, was that the cutoff?
Up to 20 in 2 minutes each.
Yeah, okay.
And Michael has the timer.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Bring snacks.
Should have a food break.
Okay. You already got your shoes off. You can count your toes. Hi, Bart Glass.
Hi, Bart Glass, 45, and I got to go to
First, I'd like to say one thing. The town was outstanding when they turned out for the prom parade. My wife, Nikki Flynn, and Angela Phillips put it on. The sheriff's department was outstanding. Everyone social distance, and it was one of the proudest times to see the town all show up.
Bart, could you do me a favor? A little bit closer to the microphone.
That thing's dangerous. I urge you tonight to open the city back up. We're starving, you're starving. Our employees are starving, our businesses are starving, and you're not going to have anything to open up if we keep going too long. I asked a question the other day, and I met with several city council members in private and some with other business owners, and I said, and I believe it was when we had met, Sarah, I said, if they came in today with a vaccine, would you all take it? And I was sitting there with three business. I said, if you came in with a vaccine today, would you all take it? And I answered no. Sarah answered no, and the two other business members answered no. So what are we talking about? It's going to come to the point that this thing can come here, there's no doubt. It probably will. Someone could die. It's not going to change if we lock ourselves in our house the whole day when 60 or 70 locals a day are hopping on that boat, going over town and coming back. Half of us could get it visiting a doctor's office. We would like to open with safety first and foremost in mind as far as our employees, the town people, and our own families. We don't want this to come here more than anyone else. Right now we've been doing this stay at home. We'll be going on 2.5 months. This was going to be 2 weeks. It's enough is enough. We need to get back to work. We need to do it safely. We do have plans. We've got the California Department of Public Health to go off, and there's all kinds of other things with hotels and that we've all been studying, looking at, speaking about. I'm just worried that we won't have businesses to reopen if we wait much longer. The hospitals, the reason we started this was for the hospitals to have enough time to prepare. We've prepared. I don't know what else we can do. I urge you tonight to let us go about our business and let's make revenue for you, and let's do it as safe as we can do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barney. Okay, speed it up, Laura. Come on, move a little faster.
I'm coming. I got a minute and a half. I'm just excited to actually be able to show up here. I felt like I've been locked out of the world with this whole virus thing. So I'm going to say what I've been saying since mid-April. I've been asking for the elected officials here and at the chamber to raise a collective hand and direct staff to draft a letter to the governor pointing out our unique attributes in order to request a variance to welcome visitors safely. I didn't do this for my business. I want this for the community and for our visitors to direct the flow of people. They're coming, and they're going to end up here without a plan, without a collective plan, because there hasn't been anyone willing to raise a hand and ask the governor what he's been saying. We all have unique attributes. And if we use the attestation process that he laid out for counties, we as Avalon qualify on every checkpoint. And we can show how we can do this safely, and we can control the numbers. So I implore you to direct the city attorney and the staff to use the county attestation checklist, apply it to the city of Avalon, and request a variance to allow leisure travelers directly to the governor. Put the ball in his court. If we don't ask, we won't know that we weren't allowed. Ventura's doing it right now. The other cities have asked for different things along this process. There's 5 states now that have challenged the stay-at-home order, and it's been upheld as being unconstitutional. This is all going to pass, and we're going to be left broke and out of business because we didn't ask. It's easy. Ask. Please direct our staff to ask. It's easy.
Well, what was exciting today, the first time we heard it, was from Michael Palmer. I don't know if you're watching, about the city. They're looking at the city attestations, and we are in the process of developing that plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. And whatever information you've got you want to forward to the city staff, you're more than welcome.
I'll do it.
Okay, Laura, thank you very much. Say hi to Dad.
How many people do we have, do we know?
How many people are out there, Captain?
I think you might be lucky. I might be the last one.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Pretty good, huh?
Great.
So, and I'm going to do you a favor.
Who are you?
So, my name is Bob Kennedy, and I'm glad I'm not sitting where you are right now. It's time to open our community. It's been too long. You know, this thing, stay home at order thing is not working right now. People are getting on the ferry and they're coming here. So we need to do what we can to keep our community safe and open for business, and fill your city coffers back up, fill the wallets of the businesses in town back up, and get people back to work. The sooner we do this, the sooner the pain will stop. We're not going to prevent viruses from coming to this island. We've gotten over the curve. Let's get back to work and fix your budget problems. All right? Put a bunch of boats in that harbor, put a bunch of guests in hotels, and put TOT back on the table here. So until we do that, we're all wasting our time staring at one another. 2 months ago, when you get on the 405 freeway, it was barren. Go over and get on the 405 freeway right now. People are not staying home. We prepared to open up at the dive park. We did so on a limited basis, and reservations required. And the very first weekend, we have a group hit us. They didn't make reservations. We struggled keeping them to do their social distancing, and we did that. But we did that with the stay-at-home order in place. So we're going to have visitors hit the island. There will be viruses that will come to the island. Let's, do what we can to create social distancing, and let's go back to making some money. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. And thank you for being stewards of Avalon.
And thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. And how about on your e-comments, sir?
I have several. I'll start with the one that I received the earliest from Kathleen Hill Carlisle. She writes, "Hello, Denise, Annie, Cindy, Sarah, Lisa, and Michael. I am in support of opening the harbor for transient rentals, but it is not as simple as Harbor Master Poindexter said. His plan needs to be more thorough and consider points of virus transmission. I'm concerned about you opening it on a holiday weekend. Seems there should be a midweek and non-holiday weekend open period to work out any kinks or to see what issues may arise. Issues that could lead to transmission of the virus could be recognized and mitigated if we could identify them before a busy weekend. Also, staff shortages due to layoffs could be assessed and determinations for how many really need to come back. For example, per operational guidelines from the CDC for running businesses, there should be a written plan in place and employee training for how customer face-to-face interactions will occur in accordance with CDC guidelines and what the sanitation procedures will be. In particular, the hands-off of paperwork of any kind, payment receipt or flyer, should be avoided for both patrol officers and guests' sake. Those things can be done electronically and would help avoid unnecessary sanitation procedures from the clipboard, pen, and paper handed back and forth. Since the mooring receipt is desirable to the guests, mostly in the case of confusion of mooring assignment or proof that they paid through a certain date, that receipt could still be generated by the patrol officer, photographed and texted to the boat owner. No paper exchange necessary. There should be procedures in place for visiting the harbor office. For example, there is a call button, or there was, at the base of the stairs, so customers should line up near the call button. There should be 6-foot distance markers for the line. If someone does need to go into the office, there needs to be signage stating that masks should be worn and only one customer at a time. Mark off an in and out lane along the length of the pier with signage. They could simply put a line down the middle of the pier. Put signage at the top of the dinghy dock ramps about masks being required to enter Vaughn's, post office, and building and bank. Apparently there have been visitors ignoring this. Set up automatic no-touch hand sanitizer units at the top of each dinghy dock ramp on the pier. Make it very easy for people to wash their hands after they have come from their personal boats and dinghy and been touching lines and railings. It's in our town's best interest. no trash pickup now because it would require bringing back more staff. If boaters are allowed to come ashore on their own dinghies, then install all the dinghy docks so that people can spread out. Barbara Pearson dock at the Mole, all dinghy main pier docks, full docks near Tuna Club, and casino docks. What are the procedures for pump-out dock, water usage, sanitation for those fixtures? Shore boat should only pick up from one boat at a time. Doesn't matter if they are family. Like someone said last week, if they are on the same boat, they are in their own germ circle. And I still believe Avalon could set up an online reservation system. It's not impossible. It's just hard for the ones that have been checking in guests one way for decades. If we required reservations and knew how many boaters of each size were coming, we could also plan for staffing. I know that way we allow mooring owners to call 24 hours in advance. Throws a monkey wrench into that system, but it can still be worked around. It is not impossible. Kathleen.
Thank you, and I'm sure those comments will be sent to the harbor master, and he can do with as he sees. She has some good recommendations in there, I believe.
The next comment is from Debbie Wright. She writes, we are having trouble getting the meeting. It was spotty. Did LA County give the city the approval to open up the moorings? It would be a good way to start slow rollout. Ruby Gordon writes, if we are going to open the town, will you be starting slow, like 50% or less capacity at hotels, harbor, vacation rentals? The next comment is from Carl Johnson. He writes, aren't visitors considered non-essential, and non-essential travel is not allowed until all the phases are complete? We are in phase 2, and I'm wondering why we're talking about catering to visitors instead of how we are going to enforce the stay-at-home order with surge in visitors. The next one comes from Debbie Wright. She writes, since so many people are watching live on Facebook, including vacation rental homeowners, can you reiterate that per LA County, vacation rentals along with hotels are in phase 4? And then the last comment that I have I'm sorry, I have 2 more. Another comment from Carl Johnson says, I'm a little upset that the amended urgency ordinance was not made available for reading and reviewing prior to the meeting like the rest of the agenda. I hope this item is held over so the public can give their feedback. And then the last comment that I have is, it came in from Paula, but it was from the previous one. I don't know if you want me to read that.
No, you already read it.
No, I have not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Paula Patterson writes, it came in a little late, I am completely sympathetic to the predicament of the Chamber having a symbiotic relationship to the city regarding marketing and encouraging tourism. The competence and expertise of the Chamber Board alone, albeit unpaid, is a real asset for them, as is witnessed by this forum. The city is having to cut personnel due to budget restrictions. Will the Chamber be able to cut staffing commensurate with funding and still survive?
Okay.
And that's all the comments I have.
Can I comment on that? No.
Not right now. Okay, so, council, do we want to run by to make sure what is valid, what if there's any changes or anything?
Can I read something just to where I'm at right now?
Sure.
And yes, I don't engage on Facebook, but I do follow Facebook. And a friend of mine posted a letter. The author is unknown. But in reading the letter, it really got to me as to where I'm at right now. So I'm going to read the letter.
Okay.
And like I said, the author is unknown. I am seeing so much anxiety about resuming business and so much anger about continued regulations. People are feeling the need to catapult to one side or the other when then fight the opposition. Here's my perspective. From a mainstream medical model, I think a lot of folks have fallen into the idea that social distancing was meant to stop the viral spread. It wasn't. It was meant to slow it while we put medical infrastructure in place. It has worked. We have, in most parts, not been I'm sorry, we have in most parts not been overwhelmed like we likely would have been without protective measures. In the meantime, our testing procedures have gotten better. We've increased our ventilator count. We've gotten a little bit better handle on PPE supply chains, and many have helped by making masks and gowns. It's not perfect, but it's much better than what it was 7 weeks ago. A vaccine is a long way off, and not everyone will choose to get it. That is their choice. At some point, people have to be systematically exposed to begin the building of, hopefully, herd immunity. We will likely begin to experience a real increase in cases after reopening. Ideally, that exposure is controlled and calculated in phases to allow our medical community to respond adequately and reduce the number of severe or fatal cases. That's where we are. Whether you feel like opening is too soon or not soon enough, we were never going to social distance this thing into non-existence. You now need to proceed as your health, wallet, and conscience allow. If you are medically vulnerable, you do not to be part of what is about to happen. Stay home if you can. If you're not, or if your financial vulnerability trumps your health concerns, you need to proceed in ways that continue to protect yourself and the elderly and medically vulnerable around you. All of us need to calm down. Quit telling people who are financially struggling that they don't care about human lives. Quit telling people who are truly at risk of dying from this virus that they are cowering in fear. Remember that until you've walked in someone else's shoes, you should probably be careful in your judgments and subsequent harsh words. We don't have to choose an either-or proposition and fight. We could choose other ways to be. Examples include, but are not limited to, I think this may be too soon, so I will continue to shelter myself and pray, make masks, check on those who can't. I really need to go back to work, so I will do so, but I will be careful and try to protect myself, my family, and those around me with healthy strategies. See how those positions allow each of us to do what we need to do, and also respect those who are choosing differently. One thing that allows us to do this is humility. I can acknowledge that I am not an economist, whatever, that I am making decisions based on my understanding of complex subjects and my own personal health and financial situation. That I am not all-knowing, always right, an expert in all fields, and that each person around me is doing their best too. We can make different choices and still be a supportive community. We can learn and evolve in our understanding of these issues. Give one another the benefit of the doubt and the compassion of compromise. Much love and prayers for everyone in making their own personal decisions.
All I want to know is, how did they steal my composition? That is absolutely brilliant.
When I read this,
for me, that is brilliant.
It totally put everything into context.
Whoever
as
that
to where
person
I am.
is, tell them thank you. To me, that is very good. I don't know about the rest of you, but yeah. Okay, so does that mean we just look at the two sections, or we should review them all?
Why don't we review them all, Annie?
Okay.
In light of one of the comments we heard that...
Okay.
Okay, so section 1 is just about all the background history of how we got to this point. Section 2 is the temporary moratorium of rent increases for residential tenants during the COVID-19 crisis. The amount of monthly rent due to a landlord for rental of a residential dwelling unit shall not be increased during the period of the local emergency, which is March 25th, 2020 through December 31st of 2020. This provision shall not apply if the unit or property is exempt from rent control under California Civil Code, Chapter 2.7, or if the unit or property is otherwise exempt from local rent control under state law. And it should be noted that any landlord may apply in writing to the City Council for an exception to this rule, and an exception may be granted following a public hearing and upon showing by that the landlord that it will not receive a just and reasonable return on the investment without the increase. This section shall
I would
terminate
note,
on January
Denise,
1st.
that this applies only to structures built after 1995. California law says that anything built before 1995, we can't have rent control on. So this would only apply to structures, again, constructed after 1995.
Wonder how many of those we've got.
I don't know if you have any.
I mean, I don't know either, but, okay. Well, do we want to take it section by section then?
I would like to make a motion to continue Section 2, if we're taking these one-on-one.
I second.
Is that you, Sarah?
Yes.
I don't know why I have a problem till December. Help me with the December date.
Well, I feel like I very strongly believe that we will not see the type of numbers of visitors coming over the summer through the end of the year. We've missed all of spring break. We missed a significant portion of our shoulder season.
Okay.
I would like to give our residents peace of mind that they will be able to, 6 months from now, plan have 6 months to sort of relax that their situation is solid.
Right. Okay.
I just don't think increasing people's rents right now is appropriate.
Right. And
I can tell you, in my experience where I reside, I usually get my rent increased at the beginning of the year. So I have no problem with this.
Okay. And then, okay. I guess I don't either. You know, I'm getting that one confused with the whole thing about, but if you haven't been paying your rent,
That's not what this one is.
I know, that's that other one, and the people making their plans. Okay, do you want to do a roll call on this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have a comment on it, Yesenia, before we vote? Lisa, you good? Okay.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
And Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
I would like to skip Section 3, just because that's the controversial one, and we could let's go with the easier ones first.
Let's get some quick wins.
Section 4 is the temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential tenants impacted by COVID-19. During the period of local emergency declared in response to COVID-19, no landlord shall endeavor to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent if the tenant demonstrates that the tenant is unable to pay rent due to the financial impacts related to COVID-19. This section shall remain in place while the County of Los Angeles is in stages 1 and 2 of its reopening process as identified in the roadmap to recovery. And so it would automatically terminate when the county enters stage 3.
Stage 2. You just said stage 3? Oh, stage 3 down
When
at
it
the bottom.
enters into stage 3, so it's through
right.
stages
Okay.
1 and 2.
I'll make a motion on that one.
I'll second to keep it.
Yes.
I'll second.
Can wait before we go. Can I make one comment on this?
Yeah.
As a person who couldn't pay his rent when we first went into this, I still was able to, after the stimulus check came, to go ahead and pay my rent. This does not mean that
you don't pay your rent.
You don't pay your rent.
Right.
You make those arrangements. And let me tell you, it's really humiliating when you have to notify your landlord that you can't pay your rent, and I understand that. We're trying to help you to get through that.
Right.
But it is, at some point, you need to make those arrangements.
Or you will be evicted. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Further comments? Roll call, please.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
And Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye. Denise, on that one, have you heard of any people that actually have had issues with this outside of, I was curious to know if there have been reports of this actually happening in town currently, if everyone's been able to make progress on getting the payment plan set up.
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I would note that currently state law and the county law prohibits eviction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Section 5 is temporary moratorium on eviction for non-payment of rent by commercial tenants impacted by COVID-19. So it's during the period of the local emergency. It's pretty much the same wording as it is for the residential one, and it extends through the county stages 1 and 2.
And just a comment to that is, sadly, it puts some of the landlords at a loss as people aren't able to pay. But however, the feeling of if the business ends and they vacate, who's to come back in and fill those, fill that empty office space or retail space, whatever. So, okay, is there a motion?
I'll motion to continue Section 5.
Second.
Comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
And Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Section 6, curfew and loitering. Any need to comment? We want to keep it the
I
same?
want to comment on this one. I would like to keep the curfew in place, at least for now, partially because we do not have the additional reserves with the Sheriff's Department. Nothing's open, and I just think it maybe gives a little more peace of mind for right now. So that's where I'm coming from on this one. I'd like to continue that just for however long.
I'll make that motion.
Do we need to specify a duration?
I know, that's what I was just thinking as I said, for however long.
No, but that's what we said. We just have it on there forever and we pull it back whenever we want.
Right.
Wait a minute, so what are you saying? Because it's through stages 1 and 2.
The curfew is 2?
Yes, the curfew and loitering, the whole purpose of that was because your constituents were telling you that children were out and after 10 o'clock, and then Vaughn's complied or voluntarily closed down at 10 o'clock, so that would keep people out on the streets, or from being out on the streets, I should say.
Right.
We already have a curfew in our existing ordinance.
Okay, so if more people show up to the island, that's when I would be more concerned about my kid being out there than when there's less. So what does that mean by me saying that? I mean, to take it past stage 2?
I think we can take it through stage 2 for now.
And then we
evaluate.
Okay, cool. Okay, I motion that.
So keep it as the wording is in the ordinance.
Yes. Okay, I made the motion.
I'll second.
Okay. No comments, call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
I think it's easy to make a motion, 9 through 14. That's the housekeeping part of this.
We still have 8.
So we have section
Which is the harbor?
3, 7, and then the harbor is section 8.
Right.
So the harbor section is in 8, and it says Avalon Harbor will be open to residents and visitors Friday, May 22nd, 2020. Upon opening, shoulder rates will be effective until June 15th, 2020. After that, and until October 14th of 2020. I think those dates might be a little bit off because our fee schedule says through June 15th, so it would really be starting on June 16th, and it's through October 15th, if I'm...
Okay, I'm making those changes on my typewriter right now, my typewriter, not my computer. I'm dating myself. It's so funny.
We want
Sorry.
it to coincide with our fee schedule. And if I'm wrong, Harbor Master, please let me know. The nightly rates will be in effect then. Avalon will continually evaluate the conditions for keeping the harbor open, and the Harbor Master will develop and implement procedures for safety of harbor visitors and harbor patrol, including such procedures as necessary to safely deliver supplies to boats in the harbor.
Okay, and so that's typically when the rates change already, correct? We're not moving them forward to get
No.
little money quicker?
No.
Okay, just checking.
On Palm Sunday through June 15th, we would have already had started to pay for 4.
That's right. Okay, so is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, comments?
I'd like to make a comment.
Please.
I do like this page they made for us. I wanted to highlight how they did say on the bottom, non-compliance will result in having mooring rights terminated, and the vessel will be escorted from the Avalon City waters. I want to make sure that this could be passed on to all boaters, and if we can start maybe applying that also to the express or helicopters, however that may be, so they know the guidelines that are expected, so once they get here, there's no excuses.
Well, the boaters won't be on the harbor.
Right, just to be ready to comply to what we are asking of you.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I hear what you're saying, this is directly related to boating friends, so the people that are coming on the express won't get that, but these kinds of rules should be given out, and maybe not by the harbor department, but by the community, by the city.
Yes,
sure.
please.
And yeah, just a little bit of change, like Cindy brought up, Avalon Harbor and Beach is open. Well, we're not really open, so a nicer word, or, you know, beaches are available, but there's, you know what I mean. Open sounds like...
I think we should each give our, I have a whole bunch of comments on this paper, but we can each give them to the city.
Okay.
But with regards to what Yesenia was saying, in part of what I'll say at the end, I'll pull this paragraph out. It would be very easy for the city of Avalon to develop a one-page handout with just a couple hours of work to put it together. It doesn't have to be super fancy. It doesn't have to be a newsletter. It just has to be an information piece that can be handed out to each boater coming into town and every person coming over via cross-channel carriers. The flyer could let people know which restaurants are open for takeout, which venues are open, which activities are open, as well as the contact information for those businesses, as well as talking about the curfew, reminders of social distancing, reminders of not going into retail establishments, et cetera, et cetera. And since we will not see in-house dining, this is a great way to share what is and what is not open at this time. And I really just don't think that it's that much work to put that information together. And it's something that can go front, back side of the document, that and everybody gets the same thing. So the harbor doesn't have to have one, and the city doesn't have to have another. But
yeah. Well, and that kind of answers the thing about what is the city's plan.
Right.
You know, that brings that confidence to the residents as well as the consumer.
I had a discussion with Jim yesterday about this because two things. One, I hope the majority of that paper will end up in the waste stream and will then fill the landfill even faster, which is an issue that we're going to be dealing with a lot of things that are required out of these ordinances. There is an app that the chamber currently has that can literally be downloaded at the boat in Long Beach before they get on the boat, that then becomes accessible whether they have service or not on the island, that can have the menus of every restaurant location that is involved through Simple View, through the chamber's website, to be able to list a link to their menus there, that the website and the app would be able to maintain those, that a welcome message, whether it's a video or a letter, could be provided by multiple entities if necessary, that all of the rules and requirements could be seen before they even get on the boat, so people understand before they step foot onto transportation that that is the case, and that be part of the requirement or the request. At least they could download it in anticipation of the trip and do some fun kind of trip planning before they even get to the island and get to the terminal. And I think maybe having that as a request of the Express, the helicopter, the Conservancy, to send that out to people that are flying or traveling in is kind of that first step. But the means to do that is already there. and could potentially save, including the boaters, could potentially save that as well. So it's good to have the paper back up, but hopefully we would not have to print a ton of them and provide a ton of them and have a ton of them go into the waste stream.
So how do I, because, would we need to have some kind of a poster board or something at the terminals, though, to tell them to look at this app?
Yeah, it should be. The city's already working on the signage. You've
Okay,
mentioned,
to put over town?
I think, I know for sure here, I don't know about over
Seems like,
town
well,
yet.
if you want them to look at the app, it should be over there as well.
Right.
And then, I mean, that...
Well, and every person from the Catalina Express gets sent, they won't let me hang up the phone unless I get a text or an email. And so there's already a means to get that to them. They literally can get it in their text or their email when they get their reservation booking. Please download this before you come to the island. Here's the link you need.
Yeah. Well, I would like any part that came out from the city to look real official and not real cutesy. Like Chamber, it needs to look serious, not cross bones or anything.
I
But
also think maybe we should, besides that, we should print it out and have it at the windows when they pick up their tickets. You know, who's to say they're not going to just overlook that email because, you know, chances are they may. So right before you get your tickets, these are the guidelines. You know about them, consider, you know, whatever, let's call it their warning. You know what's expected, you're here. We've had 2 months to already know what the guidelines are, so I don't know why else. Use our resources to go tell them to put the mask on.
To do that, and the chamber can make a variety of things that can look however we ask them to do that with, along with the city staff. So
I'd like to see a multifaceted, because I can guarantee you, if I'm excited to go someplace, I'm not going to download an app. I don't need another app on my phone. I need the specifics of what I need right now. And I'm a pretty technologically savvy person, and I don't want an app. So given the circumstances, I'd just like to have it available both ways.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just saying it's an alternative to hopefully avoid some of that issue.
For sure.
And I think so many people are used to utilizing that, especially in this time, and knowing that, anyway, I think it could be beneficial. The other thing I'm just bringing up in discussion in general is my concern. When we had talked about introducing this, I was gung-ho and I was like, yes, we're ready, we can do this, the city's working on their plans for this, the hospital's going to have the implementation of the spaces for the hand sanitizer, and it's going to be great. And then proceeded in the past week to visit several different restaurants and walk through town a couple times, and I think one out of everyone that's open was in compliance with Appendix A. And the majority of them were issues with social distancing outside, people going into restaurants, people drinking in establishments, people allowing customers to come into the store to pay at the location. All of those things are not allowed. I don't know what everyone is looking at, but those are not okay yet. We're not, contrary to certain opinions, open completely. We're trying to do this safely. This is the time where you're supposed to dig in and do this and make it possible for us to move forward safely. I appreciate Michael's comments and story, but we also all have to use the same grocery store. If I could use a different grocery store than someone who chose not to follow some guidelines that are good for everyone, I would be okay with that, but I don't have that choice. So that's the challenging part for me. Is my thought had been, great, let's open the harbor and see how that goes, and let's wait a week or two and then go ahead and get everything else open and going again. I don't see this weekend how we can open at 100% safely if the restaurants that are open, the businesses that are choosing to be open, and the city pathways for entry into the harbor and the city are not ready yet. I'm assuming that not everything will be here by Friday. I don't think everything will be in place in time to allow that to happen safely. We're setting ourselves up for a disaster instead of planning for it properly. I don't know if anyone else has an opinion or thought on that, or if they've seen similar. I've gotten several emails from people also saying the same thing. So, that's my 2 cents.
I'm going to agree. I've gotten multiple pictures. And so, that's proof. I can't deny that picture, especially inside of restaurants, multiple restaurants, which is kind of disappointing. But I will also say, like I mentioned, we've had 2 months to know what's happening. I think we're past the warnings. I think we need to start citing. We've had enough time.
there are a couple of them definitely that have been in severe violation. And again, and I called the captain, and he gets sent the pictures, and going out and being nice and being friendly to them, whether you even say, hey, you're closed up for 3 days, whatever it can be, to tell them how serious this is, because as visitors come, they are only going to get worse. Those businesses that are violating will only get worse. So they do need, some haven't ever been open, so they're entitled to their warning, or whatever.
Sure.
But for those that have been continual, something serious, much more serious needs to happen.
And I think that's the thing, is that everyone in town, from what I've seen, maybe less than 1%, if that, everyone has been so willing to do what they're supposed to.
Right.
And it's been encouraging to see. And I was like, yes, we can do this. Our community can do this. And the moment that people who don't necessarily have as high of a personal investment, they definitely have a personal investment in a lot of different ways in the community. But conveying to them that that is the necessity,
right?
It just, the message is not getting through clearly, and I would hate, as happens often, for a few bad apples to ruin the bunch, but
Right.
that's literally what is facing us right now is, okay, great, how do we deal with the bad apples, because they're going to come.
Right.
So if we can set everything up to be as safe as possible before that happens, then I think we're okay. I think we can be on safe footing and move towards what the county is doing and be in step with the county and potentially look at moving forward. But until, it is not challenging to put out some tape on the ground, and maybe we have to grant that permission or go through, and I know Denise has talked about doing the painting, and that makes that requirement. So I'm glad to know that's coming, but I don't know if that's coming this weekend or if that's going to be over a few weeks because staff is limited, unfortunately. What does that look like?
Will everything be in place by this weekend? Absolutely not.
Right.
Yeah, I just feel like if they're constantly getting calls about just asking people to put their mask on, they're already using these resources that are so thin to us. They've had their chance. Especially if we want to open in such a busy weekend. We don't really have that opportunity anymore to kind of give people chances. We don't want the spread again, because like they've mentioned to us, it's going to be worse. We have to shut down again.
Right. Well, I believe we need to open the harbor, and I think this will be a big test, because that is, the potential, JJ, I don't know if you think, Oren, you think every mooring ball is going to be filled? And if so, how many people is that? Roughly, what's the average number of people on a boat, blah, 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 blah.
We guesstimated 4 people per boat.
Okay.
Some are 2, some are 6.
Right, 4.
But as for the moorings being full this weekend, if you decide to open up the harbor, yes, I think they will be full, and I think you'll see a lot of side ties also on these moorings.
And how many moorings do we have?
Roughly 364.
There's not really any reason why we can't limit to every other mooring. We can also limit side ties, and we can utilize all three harbors.
You could limit it all by saying, we'll wait till the mooring opens up, the harbor opens up in June 1st. But the whole idea is to promote revenue to be able to try to move forward. So yes, we can, unless the only problem we would have about separating moorings is if the 2 owners come in side by side.
Oh, I see.
So that's, and normal boats are, 12, 14 feet wide. So if they're in the center, and usually people that are rafting is either, a family member or a close friend. So it's, it's all on what you want to do. If we're trying to generate funds, then, again, open up the harbor. The pier, as far as I know, is still closed, so people can walk on and walk back off. Is that
access? Yes.
Access only. Not.
I'm sorry.
Access only. Yes.
Yeah, for access only, and so I don't see us congregating on the people congregating on the pier. They're either going to their skiff or going to the shoreboat.
One of the things that comes to mind is the yacht club, and not all of the members of the yacht club are mooring owners. The yacht club's not open, and they're not doing a grand opening this weekend. So I believe that there's a significant number of boats that are not going to come in based on the club's not open. So I just don't think we're going to be full.
Okay. I respect that feeling. I'm just saying that the yacht club, people will come in and not go into the yacht club, but go around where they tie their dinghies to their dock and go around and walk in from the casino. They go out the side gate. So
But I think the
not
club's
necessarily
closed.
going into the yacht club. I'm sorry?
But I think the club is closed.
The club is closed.
Inside the club is full, but they still have access through their floats to be able to walk around and get to the road.
Get to the road, yeah.
Yeah,
And walk in
that's
for-
all I'm saying about
and
that
walk
little
in for-
beach.
Walk in for their takeout food, or they're going to Vaughn's.
Yeah, they're not going to go through the club to get to the road. There's a side access
Right.
on the thing, but they'll still, those who'll come over, and a lot of people have even said that I'm provisioning on the mainland. I have what I have, so.
So in your opinion, and Oren's that's sitting there, if we opened up the harbor for this weekend, would the stipulation maybe be no sight? What other kind of restrictive things would
We can say no, you can say whatever you want to do. No side ties, it's just a matter of just letting
But
people
I mean,
know.
what are other safety precautions that you think in your plan?
Well, our guys will be masked up, gloved up, and they keep social distancing anyway, and they won't be getting on their boat. So they're a matter of just handing a piece of paper, a receipt over there, but they'll have gloves on.
Right. How many more staff do you think you're going to need on your shift? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
We currently have 2 people, like say on Friday, the 22nd. We've added 36 extra hours. That's 2 more patrolmen, or 3 more patrolmen, and a office work from 4 hours to 8 hours during the day on Friday
So
and
that's one
Saturday.
patrolman per shift, and then an office worker person.
Right. And then swing shift, again, 4. But that person, they got to have a person in the office answering phones, and then 3 in a patrol boat. And the graveyard has 2 people on
So
graveyards.
if you can't, and you are not able to get on the boat, so you're the office worker? I mean, I don't mean to sound,
No, what I'm saying is that our personnel that is going to be in the office will be able to get on a boat in case of an emergency. If at night on swing shift. A graveyard, there'll only be 2 people on shift.
Okay.
My original thought had been to try to start with 50% capacity to allow for additional space for people coming into town. That perhaps by managing the harbor at 50% capacity, that would allow more space at the individual restaurants, more space on the front street, and would allow us like a week or 2 to be able to stay at that level and see how everything went. See if there were any issues with outbreaks, with non-conformance and non-compliance, and then increase as we went through at the next council meeting, moving into like the 75 and 100% capacity for the harbor. That as the restaurants saw what kind of need there was from that, or as the delivery services saw, they would be able to staff up as necessary and perfect what they're doing for the ones that are reopening right now to be able to manage that and have time in the next 3 days to put down some kind of tape or guidelines. The issue I'm thinking of is at a particular restaurant. It's extremely popular for takeout, which is wonderful, and I'm excited that they've been able to maintain staffing, but then it means there were 8 of us on foot and 2 in a golf cart within a span of 20 feet. And that's not 6 feet of social distancing for even 3 people and a golf cart. Like, if we can try to manage what that looks like, then people will know that they can do so safely, and we're protecting them as much as we're protecting the people that are working.
Okay, but correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Never mind, I'll probably be wrong. I mean,
I don't think that there would be an issue with limiting non-mooring owner visitor boats to 50%.
how did they get the word out when right now?
Well, we'd have to work on that one a little bit. I don't know how you determine that.
Because the people will come over and
they
then...
just show up and then...
You drive all this way and go, oh, I'm sorry, we're only taking your number 49%, and so you have
And
to turn
we
around.
also have all of Descanso and Hamilton Cove, too, so, I mean, I'm trying to limit it to 50%, that's going to be a challenge.
Well, it's disturbing when you say you think everything is going to be full, which I think, I was like Cindy, I don't think it's going to be full, but who am I? But you've been getting the calls.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, come Monday, we're going to find out. I think we're going to be full.
What would your advice be? What?
Split the difference, 75%.
Yeah, okay, that's even easier.
I think we need to very seriously think about the solvency of this city. We need to slowly start opening back this community in a safe manner. And if we're going to pick up sticks about every other mooring or what is 50%, what is 75%, we are going to be here for another 5 hours. We need to start slowly making sure that this city stays solvent and that we need to try all these measures that we're all talking about and see how they roll out. And we need to start with the harbor.
I know.
And that is the way that we are going to find out if the restaurants are in compliance, if the retail stores are in compliance. Start with the harbor, and then we can move on. But I'm 100% with you, Lisa. I think that there are a number... I will speak to myself. I have a little bit of a panic every now and then when I walk into my own hardware store and I see 13 people standing right next to each other at the front counter, and my poor staff is very uncomfortable trying to figure out how do they tell people, back up, let us have some space. We're all trying to find our way through this, but we all individually have a personal responsibility to follow these rules. And if we as business owners, I am the very first person who put up that Appendix A within 5 minutes after it was handed to us from the city. And we have done our best from the very first get-go of trying to do everything that we can, but we're not the police either. And we're doing what we can, but if we've done something wrong, somebody says, hey, could you maybe ask your staff to do this or this, we're doing it. But, we all of this stuff, we're 7 weeks in now. LA County has put out all the rules. There's no reason why any single business owner can't go to the City of Avalon's website, go to LA County's website, get the rules, and follow the darn rules. Follow the rules.
And on that note, I understand where you're coming from, but for those places that have been allowed to do the takeout, the guidelines have already been there, and if they have not set those up, then I believe we do what Sarah said.
Yeah.
We cite them. It's like, I'm tired of playing policeman.
Yeah.
I'm tired of people calling me or sending me pictures. That's not my responsibility.
Right.
This community, if it wants to survive, is going to, maybe for the first time ever, actually everybody play by the same rules. Not, I've lived here my whole life, I don't have to follow this set of rules. This is to keep this community safe, and we need to open up our community to continue to make revenue, because if there's no city, why are we living here? If there's nobody can afford to live in their house, why are we living here? We're going to have to leave the island.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion on Section 8 to approve Section 8.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Further comments? Call for the vote.
Sorry.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce.
Aye.
And Councilmember Lavelle.
Sorry, I'm just looking at this again, just to make sure what it is that we're saying aye to.
Opening the harbor.
From May 22nd,
Starting Friday, May 22nd.
Without restriction.
well, I think we have not come up with any restrictions, no. I think if they want to make some extra rules, they're more than welcome to make any rules they want to do. I mean, rules, because rules are rules, I mean, it doesn't have to be COVID rules, it could just be harbor rules.
Right, well, there is no rule against side tying in the harbor. So if you want that to be
You're literally
part
just
of
saying
it.
open it right now.
Okay, or do we want to say side ties, no side ties to that?
I'm happy to say no side ties. That seems appropriate.
No side ties?
No side ties.
No side ties to this.
And 100% open
Yes.
Yes.
to anybody who wants to come.
Yes, people with boats.
Cool. No.
We got 4 yeses, 1 no, and no side ties.
And how long will the no side ties be?
What, Scott?
The no side ties, we're not going to add that to the ordinance. That is in your direction to the harbor master under this ordinance for him to make certain that he opens with procedures for safety for harbor visitors and patrol.
But it just, basically you just said don't throw it in Section 8, but that's what he's got to do. Is that what you said?
Yeah, there are no side ties allowed. You just directed him for that. We don't want to have that in the ordinance because that could last until the ordinance is repealed. But the ordinance does direct him to develop safety procedures. You've just so directed. So for at least this weekend, there are no side ties. And then as things develop, he will be able to maybe add side ties if this weekend works and if things are safe. Unless you want to have no side ties for the duration of this ordinance.
I couldn't understand.
And Oren just also advised me that any boats over 14 foot, a guy has a 15-foot skiff, it's a side tie.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I know. I just got caught up in all this other stuff, but so.
But that's coming empty right next to his boat, right? It's not like it's going to be people in it coming across the harbor.
That's what a side tie is. It's side tied to the owner's vessel. Anything over 14 foot is considered another vessel in our environment.
Right.
Can you say it in terms of like no second vessel, family side tie, something of that nature? Where it's obvious it's a tender 2, and tender 2.
Yeah, but some tenders too are 22 foot long. Some are, anything over 14 foot we charge, and it's considered a side tie.
Well, then you have to figure out the wording. We don't want my boat coming over with me and my family on it, side tying to your boat. So it's vessels that come with the owner that don't have people on it can side tie. But it's those people that an extra boat that I'm saying you can side tie by me and I pay the mooring rate. I mean, you can find a way to write.
I think we're getting into the weeds too much here. If the side ties, when we refer to side ties, any boat over 14 foot, you're not going to have somebody side tie to you that you don't know, that you aren't friends. So, if we're going to say no side ties.
No occupied side ties.
No what?
No occupied side ties.
No occupied side ties.
And that goes against LA County Safer at Home order as well.
Yeah, because then they're too close together.
Also, question, I know how we said these side ties, how they're not part of the ordinance. So are we still able to make suggestions to you before the 22nd?
I'm sorry,
to add to guidelines?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Because you know how we're mentioning the side ties right now.
Right.
And they said that we're not adding that to the ordinance, but you're just adding it as part of the guideline.
That's one
so
of the guidelines.
Are we able to still make any more suggestions to you before the 22nd?
Well, if I get to make the guidelines, and then I can say, anything over 18 foot is considered a side tie, or 15 foot.
The answer to that question is yes. The ordinance specifically provides that Avalon, collectively, meaning council staff will continually evaluate the conditions for keeping the harbor open, and the harbor master will develop and implement procedures for safety. So he can take suggestions.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did he say he can't? He
can.
But it has to be the collective body giving that direction to the harbor master.
Yes.
I am only fearful that it is going to lead to interpretation of the harbor department, and we'll be back here at a special meeting because of they're enforcing what they thought was a directive. I'm only cautioning of that. I understand your rationale of the side tie. I'm just cautioning.
Oh, yeah, like I come up and I tell him, we can't direct the harbor. So if you have any suggestions or whatever, you should probably give them to the city manager, assistant city manager, and they can funnel up as possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, but
So are we adding no occupied side ties?
whatever the words are that JJ can understand.
It will not be in the ordinance. It will just be your directive to him.
I know, but he's talking about 18 foot and whatever. We're just talking about, like she said, unoccupied.
Yeah. No, I get where you're going, and it's not an ordinance. It's a
Yeah, it's a safety measure that you're implementing.
Good.
Yes. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. We've discussed it.
We voted.
We had 4 ayes and 1.
Then we beat it up again, sorry.
We already voted.
Okay.
And Denise, before we move back to another section to address it, can I have Scott clarify some information he gave regarding the temporary moratorium on rent increases? It won't change the vote. He just needed some clarification. Scott?
Yeah, no, I read my notes and I misspoke. The no rent increases, that's actually for 1995 and before. So actually, it would apply to most residences in Avalon.
It would apply to most of those residents in Avalon?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, instead of the opposite?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just read my notes wrong, and in my hurry to, I thought I missed a word in my memo that I had.
Okay, well, that kind of makes a difference, but no. Okay. All right, so let's just vote on 9 through 13, right? We got to do that?
We did that.
9 through 14? Oh, you just said blah, 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 but I didn't know we actually voted on them. Okay, so now we're going back to...
We have a 7 and 3.
And why are they separate?
Okay, let's just start with section 3. This is the limitation of hotel occupancies to persons engaged in essential activities. It is amended to read as follows. In compliance with the Governor's Order N3320 and the Los Angeles County Safer at Home Order, as may be further amended, hotels within the city of Avalon shall only operate as follows during the period of declared local emergency. There are several provisions to serve a short-term lodging facilities that are used for the following COVID-19 mitigation and containment measures and essential activities, and those are as lodging to protect the homeless population, lodging for persons who have been displaced and cannot return to their residence because there is a person residing at the residence that must isolate or quarantine or is at higher risk of severe illness, lodging for persons who need to isolate or quarantine, and the last one is to house essential workers performing functions that are essential to maintain the continuity of operations for critical infrastructure as those terms are defined in the Governor's Order, and to house workers for essential businesses and essential infrastructure and healthcare operations as those defined in the Los Angeles County Order. This section 3 shall remain in place. That's through county stages 1 and 2. So that's saying those are the only reasons that a hotel can be open.
Right. And 7 basically...
Which is how it currently is.
But 7 says basically the same thing, right?
Transient rentals. Which was vacation rentals is 7.
Right, yeah. 7 is the same, and plus the transient rentals. The reason that there's 2 sections there is that when you adopted the ordinance, you first adopted it for the hotels, and then there was another adoption later for transient rentals.
Okay.
So because they were adopted separately, I've kept them separate in the ordinance. but they essentially provide the same thing.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Do you want to talk about it or to just vote on it?
Can we discuss? I don't think I'm ready to vote.
Okay. You want to start with number 3?
Yes.
Do you want to make a motion?
Make a motion on number 3? This is about limited on hotel.
Just to keep it the way that you have, that you enforce stricter
Right.
guidelines.
Right.
It's only for essential people for those 4 reasons that were stated.
Right.
Actually, sections 3 and 7 follow exactly what the county says right now. Okay? That is the same rule that the county has. If you pass this, this means that once we're going to stage 3, this is dropped. If you do not pass this, what you're saying is the city of Avalon is not going to be regulating, not going to be citing anyone. We just defer to the county on this, and the city of Avalon steps away from regulation of hotels and transient occupancies and defers to the county.
Right. Well said, thank you. Boy, that was the clearest thing you've said all night. Thanks. Okay, so...
I have a question. Do you have any comments for us? Or?
I did receive 2 comments.
Thank you, Michael.
The first one was from Clara Caraveo. She writes, we have the number of cases we would expect to see given an outbreak. I have forwarded a policy brief to most of City Council. We can use these projections to see when would be the best time to change our strategy given the occurrence of an outbreak. We can use that data to predict the number of cases to expect and how much time we have to react. We cannot die on either binary hill, staying closed or opening up completely. If, God forbid, we see a couple of cases, just know the number of total cases is much likely higher, which will quickly overwhelm our medical center. We need an adaptive strategy. We cannot just stick to one plan. We need a long-term roadmap to opening. This would be our idealistic plan, while recognizing we need some evasive maneuvers along the way. But once we see cases, we must quickly change our strategy to our emergency plan, which will have to include a reduction in in-person contact and include partial shutdowns. This will be absolutely necessary to keep cases low enough for the medical center to not only treat patients in need of hospitalizations, but to monitor mild cases. And then the second comment I have is from Carl Johnson. He writes, I still do not understand how visitors can be allowed to visit while the stay-at-home order is still in place. Non-essential travel should not occur until phase 4. Can someone please explain this to me, how we can move past the state of the county by allowing non-essential travel in phase 2 instead of ignoring my original question?
Okay, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that what the city attorney just said covered that, right? Yes. We are stepping away from us regulating it, and we're putting it on the shoulders of the county to regulate. Is that correct?
Yes. That would be correct.
That's the answer. Okay, so did you want to make a motion, Councilmember?
Yes, but first, if I may ask for Jason's input in this. I know Jason's sorry. So I know people are concerned about, overwhelming our hospital, and some have mentioned that you first would send them over to the mainland. I want to make sure that the people that are pretty much the frontline workers are safe before I can make my decision. And you think that if we were to get any kind of spread, or are we just not going to avoid that second wave?
I would like to be able to say that I understand this. I do so much reading. I am part of medical staff meetings. I talk to a lot of physicians, and every day it changes. And every day that you expect something to happen, something else happens. I don't think that there is a time in my career where I've ever said, I don't know, as much as I do now. And so, are we prepared? Yes, we're prepared. Do we have all the PPE? equipment. We have plenty of it. Is there going to be a spike? Is it going to magically vanish? I can't tell you. But I can tell you that, the more people that we have, the higher risk we have. But at the same time, if we don't have people, we have a different set of risks for our economy and our way of life here. So it's a tough balance, but all I would recommend is do things incrementally so that if a spike does happen, we can pull it back with relative ease.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this isn't us just opening the floodgates. This is us letting our deadline, our continuing on with our ordinance, and letting the deadline of the 31st with the county. So the county would then step in as the police force on this. All of the county's regulations will still be in force. Ours just won't be as stringent.
Yes.
I mean, no offense to the county
Councilor Ponce, what I would also say is that the county order right now is made by the county health official, and the county health official right now is saying that, hotels should not be used for, visitors. The county official, though, may decide when we go into phase 3, as well as the governor, that hotels are safe, and then you'd be relying upon the county health official making it. So one of the considerations that the council has to look at is, do you want to have different regulations than the county health official?
Okay, so, Councilmember, you wanted to make a motion.
But I think Lisa...
Oh, I'm sorry, you're not?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment. I mean, no disrespect to either the county or to the sheriffs because of being short-staffed because of the amount of work they're having to do right now to enforce everything. But that also lends a very reasonable chance that everyone will just start doing what they want to do anyway, which is what it seems the need would be. Otherwise, I don't foresee hotels or vacation rentals here in town opening up any more than they already are for workers, people who are homeless, people who need to be quarantined or have been kicked out of their housing for some reason, which is not currently allowed. So my challenge with this is that everyone is so forceful in wanting this to be reopened. The majority of emails we received in favor of reopening at the deadline of June 1st was, we should be open now, we should be making money, we should be having business, and that's not what that means. And if we leave it to the county, the enforcement of that, sadly, as of right now, becomes almost non-existent. Because how are you asking people, are you essential? Can you show me proof of work? Other states and countries have proof of work. They have a page you have to have that says you have a reason to be an essential traveler, and we do not.
Not only does the city of Avalon not have that, but either does the state of California.
Correct. And
Nobody
that's
is
what I'm
requiring
saying.
that.
Yeah.
So you'll either have people lie, you're going to have businesses going underground, bringing people in, and we're not going to know at all.
No,
so the hoteliers and the vacation rental people that I talk to, already they have their stuff. I talked to one guy, one business and hotel, and he's like, no, he's going to sit back and wait. That is their prerogative, to sit and wait. And I don't know. And one of the things that the county had was a checklist that you would put, and I don't know, Cindy, if you put a checklist down for
everyone's required to.
And that would be the best tool for the captain to go by, where your hotel's open, where's your checklist to let me know, because just like Yesenia said last time, when you've got these employees that are afraid to go to work because their bosses have not done what's right, they have a perfectly good right in my mind not to go to work. But and just like, you know, there's supposed to be like COVID leaders, just like there is in construction trade. There's supposed to be somebody designated as the COVID king or queen in any business, whether it be the owner or a manager, you know. And I mean, it might be a little work for and I don't mean just a little Captain. But it might be the going around where's your placard, not going in and checking everything out, but just to make sure, because that was also supposed to be consumer confidence. And if you didn't feel confident walking into a place that they had hand sanitizers, or they at least had the little clean things, then that's a personal responsibility, again, that they're taking if they want to walk into a place that doesn't really look like it's got its act together.
Sure. So then the question I asked of a few different hoteliers and vacation rentals was, great, okay, so how well prepared do you feel to reopen? Because I was curious about that and how they were feeling, if they felt they had the necessary info to do that. And then, if anyone's ever been on a road trip with Terry Missiferis, the first thing you do when you walk into a hotel room is take off the bedspread. You shouldn't be using it. It's the dirtiest piece of equipment in any room that still has a bedspread.
Not in my hotel.
You don't have them, right? You have a blanket, or do you wash them in between every guest?
Every single piece of linen is washed every single day, whether that person is staying the night or not.
So I asked a management team of vacation rentals if that was part of what they were asking owners to do, was either to remove those bedspreads from the bed or to wash them in between. And the answer was, no, that's not part of what we're doing. That would take too much time to clean, and we're not asking them to do that. Okay, I lost all confidence in your ability to understand what is necessary to make that unit safe for someone to come into it this day and someone to come into it the next.
And I agree with that, because VRBO and Airbnb are requiring those things to be done.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something that we would need to require of the managers of any of the vacation rentals around the island.
And whoever's managing them. It's not any one entity that I'm calling out right now.
And I understand that it's a whole new world.
Yes.
It's a whole new world that those things are going to happen all the time now. You're not going to be able to leave a bedspread on for a couple of weeks. You're going to have to take it off after every visit. In reading in some of the stuff that I've read, in that one of the recommendations is to, if you're not servicing the rooms, is to at least service the pillows and take the pillowcases off and the covers off of those and replace those every day.
Yeah.
So, and because that's my other thing, is that I'm not planning on servicing rooms. They're going to know that they're not going to get.
Right.
If you need something, we will deliver it to your door. But we're not going to be going in and doing that unless you have a flood or something that we have to go in and mechanically do. Yeah. But I mean, it's a whole new world. It's a whole new world of service. I think people are going to have to bring down what they're going to be expecting, because it's going to be totally different.
So I had originally had a very long message I was going to read earlier, and we've talked about a lot of it, but there's a couple comments that I think are important to say. I know Mayor and I have been in so many meetings together, and I really believe that we're on the same page in terms of wanting to adjust our ordinance that we put in place that has stricter guidelines to realign us back with LA County, other than the items that we've already agreed on, such as like the curfew and whatnot, but to put us back with alignment with LA County's orders. We're not able to police the visitors coming to the island right now. And the way that we're seeing this drop every day in our 3 times a week phone calls, LA County is starting to move towards opening things up. And I would like to see the city of Avalon prepared for that. I don't want to have an emergency meeting to come back and say, okay, let's lift this section. I want to be ready to go at that moment. I don't believe that we need to flip a switch and open up and say, hey, come on over. That's not what I'm pushing for with the conversation tonight. If we don't follow a plan and move towards a soft opening when the time comes, we will become insolvent as a city. And I'm telling you, I was not elected to the city council to have our city become insolvent. LA County are the experts. We 5 people are not the health experts. And I will never profess to be that. I'm happy to follow LA County's guidelines, but we I'm asking us to remove our more strict ones and allow us to slowly move towards a process. Businesses need an opportunity to think about, we might be seeing openings at June 15th. We might be seeing openings June 1st. We don't know what LA County is going to say, but let's be prepared for that. Let's have those businesses that aren't sure where to find the guidelines, contact the city. Contact me directly. I'm happy to help as well. Then let's get everybody's checklist in place. Let's get everybody understanding. Let's get them connected with LA County if they have questions about their policies. But we need to have a plan, and right now, we cannot stay closed forever. As much as part of our community wants that, we cannot do that. I hate the word bankrupt, but if our city goes bankrupt, what do we think is going to happen at that point? Who is going to be setting the policy for the city? Because I don't believe it's going to be the five of us sitting here. So we're not asking people, we're not out there advertising, we're not supposed to be saying, hey, come and travel. We're right now under the LA County order of it's safer at home and no non-essential travel. So I think prohibiting business owners, hoteliers, and vacation rentals from planning and getting everything in place and realigning us so that when LA County says, okay, you can open at 50% occupancy, 30% occupancy, whatever they say, we're ready, we're prepared. In terms of not following the rules, let's start citing people. If you're a particular restaurant that every single one of us got pictures and text messages of, and you don't want to be compliant, let's start finding people for that. Because we are trying our hardest to keep the residents safe here, but not at the cost of insolvency.
Right. So I had actually created, just out of trying to figure out phase 2, what it could look like, a 5-week phased reopening of both the harbor with checks in between at regular council meetings to ensure that it was safe, and then halfway through that opening, setting up vacation rentals and hotels to come back at a 50, then 75, then 100% capacity for essential travel. And the harbor vote kind of took away that first half of that plan, but would have seen us doing a review at the June 2nd meeting that would have then allowed us to say, if that was the case, that we could then open up vacation rentals at 50% on June 5th, that Friday, 5 days after the order would normally expire. And then would allow us to have 2 weeks at that capacity at 50%, and if everything went well and there were no additional cases added on, then doing at the next council meeting the approval to open up at either 75 or 100%, depending on what we were looking at. My concern is that in the way that, and I get it because they were so excited to reopen, as everyone was excited to have them open, the Conservancy's email that went out in the morning and said, we're open. Cool, except that then they literally had to send a thing at the end of the night, hey, just kidding, we're not open, but we're open, but we're not open, but we're open. And the confusion that led to, and the sense of every hotelier, many hoteliers and many vacation rental owners and homeowners that want to open up their homes in that manner, is we should be able to do this now. It's not that it's, oh, we're going to wait till non-essential travel is allowed again. We're going to do this now. And so I think we need to be smart about that and realize that people are not going to wait if we say it's okay. So in making this decision, if you're choosing to go that route, that's perfectly okay. It's your choice and your vote, but just know that they're not going to wait. It's going to be, hey, we're open.
Yeah. Well,
nobody's going to stop you, so come on over.
I can actually work with this.
So set like 50%?
50%.
The situation I have, we're throwing just because JJ says the harbor is going to be full of boats, that to me does not say the town, all the hotel rooms are going to be full. You are dealing with people that have been unemployed, people that are still fearful, people that will know that all you're going to get is takeout food. You can't do a lot of these little things that you like to do. And it's a $75 boat ticket. I just can't imagine people swarming to Catalina. We're getting projections from Matt based on 20-30% occupancy. That's what we're kind of looking at. So we're not looking at I do not believe in a million years we're looking at, come June 1, first of all, the boats are only filling up 50 to 60%. That's all they are allowed to do with distancing.
Yeah.
That's going to regulate the number of people that come to the island as well.
It is, and they have the ability to add more boats to it.
And they do, but at 50 and 60%.
Sure.
So that's where I feel comfortable opening June 1st. That's all. But what do we do first? Do we have to either approve or deny this, or then we have to change it, or what the heck?
Okay, so let me go over the original, the way the ordinance is drafted right now, which was based on direction that the council gave previously, was to tie these two items, the transient occupancy in the hotels, to going into stage 3.
Yes.
So that's what the ordinance does. If you could change it and specifically make this applicable and just eliminate this as of June 1st. If you do not pass this ordinance, or if these items are removed, your current limitation on transient occupancy and hotels expires May 31st.
Yes.
And you'd be in the same place whether this ordinance is adopted, because you'd be defaulting to what the county does. If you say our provision expires June 1st, then if the county's goes away, after that, you're with the county. The only thing is if you would extend it further than the county, which your direction was to tie it to the county going into stage 3, which is what we've done.
Okay, I think you missed the point. I could be wrong. If, let's say, Lisa says, we've got this 3-stage plan, okay, so basically we'd say, well, maybe this, what we currently have in front of us would not pass, but to get that 3-phase plan in place, that means coming back again with another urgency ordinance to outline that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, or you could amend it right now, today. You could give direction today, and we could type this up today and pass it tonight, if you have that plan. You don't need to wait to another council meeting. You can pass it, or you could let this lapse and come back at another meeting and pass another urgency ordinance with 4 votes.
Or it lapses, it doesn't get passed today, open June 1, and then we go, oh shoot, we screwed up. Then we say, oh, let's have another urgency one to back off. I'm just not so sure that there's going to be that many people, but so.
I think there is. I think people would rather just take a ferry than take a flight somewhere else. I mean, we're just an easy travel.
Well,
that's what makes me concerned, of just saying, hey, open up.
Well, the other thing is some businesses are going to have to watch the way they're opening up because they have no employees.
Right.
That's going to regulate how many maids they're going to have to clean the rooms. They can't work them to death. So that is going to regulate some of that as well. Because as you know, there are people that aren't going to go to work. Either they don't feel safe, place doesn't have a plan, or they love getting their unemployment.
That's not a reason not to go back to work.
I know, but that is
can be reported.
But that's what people say. I mean, the people are honest,
but
that
can be reported.
I know, but I'm just saying the reality is, and they tell their bosses that. Not every boss, perhaps, but and the ramifications of that will be, some of them say they will call EDD and tell them, and the other people say, no, I just won't hire them back when I need them. So people need to take a look at that. Plus, I learned today that the money for the $1,200 that people got isn't taxable, but unemployment insurance is. So maybe it's better that they go back to work so that they... But anyway, that's not for me to judge what people's choices are. Okay. Can I make a motion on 3 and 7 at the same time? Since they're basically the same. I'd like to make a motion on 3 and 5...
3 and 7.
7.
I mean, 3 and 7, to go with the existing timeframe of terminating this on the 30, or not, okay, I would make a motion not to
renew it.
Not to renew section 3 and 7. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Further comment?
That means May 31st.
Is there further comment?
I have a question.
Yes.
Scott?
Scott.
Yes, I'm here.
Would this require, if we're voting not to include this, would this require 4 votes or just a majority?
Majority.
Well,
If we don't get 4 votes, it dies.
it requires what you're ultimately going to do is vote on the ordinance, and you need 4 votes to pass an ordinance.
Yes.
So the question is, for this, you can take a motion. It would be obviously it'd be easier to figure out if you had 4 votes, yes or no on this. But then at the end of it, whatever the vote is, you're going to have to vote on the ordinance as a whole package, and that ordinance takes 4 votes to pass. If you don't have 4 votes to pass the ordinance as a package, then it does not pass.
Right. So then I should leave it, let somebody else make the motion instead of me making the motion to let it lapse?
Yes.
Correct.
Well, the direction that council gave us at the last meeting was to come forward with the ordinance and then have a decision by the council as to whether it lapses or not. So we put it in there. So you can either vote on this item to keep it as written, or you can vote to delete these 2 sections. Either motion is appropriate at this time.
And if we don't have the 4 votes, it just expires the 31st?
Yes.
Yes.
That's on the entire ordinance, though, correct, Scott?
We just went it on 3 and 7.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the question.
Sarah asked if it required a 4/5 vote, and I'm clarifying, it's on the, after we're done with all these sections, they are going to vote on the entire ordinance, correct? Is that what you said?
Yes, that is correct. And if this section is removed as is, what you're basically saying is as of May 31st, Avalon is stepping out of the regulation of transient occupancies and hotels and letting the county do it.
Right. Okay, so if somebody was to make a motion on 3 and 7, like we've done with the other ones, we'll see what the vote is. How's that? And then we'll vote on the whole ordinance with what's there.
And I'm not voting to just flip the switch and open the island. That's not what I'm saying. I'm voting to align us with LA County, remove our further restrictions, and that way we are prepared as LA County drops down as they lessen their restrictions, we're already the same as them. We can already move into it. We don't have to come back to a council meeting. I mean, an emergency council meeting.
So, is it okay if I make a motion?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that effective June 1st, we allow for non-essential travel in hotels and transient occupancies at a level of 50%.
No.
I can't do that.
We would be going against LA County then. If you're saying to allow for non-essential.
Not to allow for non-essential.
Non-essential.
Sorry, to not allow non-essential.
Right now,
So it
that
would be for only
that
for
would
essential
be
travel.
Against the county health officer.
So you're basically staying with what's written.
Staying with this at 50% effective so that they could have the opening on the 1st at 50%.
But she's saying we can't do 50%.
We can't do 50%?
Because we can't do less than.
But you're saying 50% of non-essential?
50% of their occupancy.
Okay.
They can open up half their hotel or half of the vacation rentals to be able to operate.
Non-essential?
Of essential travel, matching what the LA County is doing with the exception of having a 50% cut on what they're offering.
Well, the essential travel that they are outlining is workers and whatever.
Right, yeah. I would like to believe that they would all be able to follow that rule, and I don't think that's true. So putting the cut on the number is what I'm looking at. Does that make sense?
I have a question about the transient rentals.
Yeah.
I see a difficulty in imposing a 50% on them because they're all individually owned.
Yeah.
You might could impose something that they don't get the +2, or they can only half rent them, but I can't, I see a practical difficulty in saying only half the properties in town
That makes sense.
can rent. And I think you can think of the transient rentals like we're thinking of the boats. They're individual little
Right. If we were to limit it to the
properties.
half the capacity of that
Right, the
rental.
hotels is something easier, they can, you can only rent so many of your rooms.
Yeah,
so.
great point.
Well said.
Yes, thank you for that.
Okay, what is a motion? Well, if we don't do anything, if we don't make a motion, it's going to die as of the 31st?
No, because the entire ordinance was brought back to
end of
extend
phase
it through phase 2.
But he said we still have to vote on the whole thing as a packet.
Well, should we vote on 3 and 7 separately now, knowing what Amanda said?
Sure.
Well, we can vote on pulling those out, but my question on that was if we vote to pull those out of the emergency ordinance, do we still need 4 votes?
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
How do you mean?
If 3 and 7 are out of there and the rest of the stuff, we still have to have
Then your motion still carries, Annie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? The way I said it, backwards? Okay.
Your motion wasn't to not renew sections
3 and 7.
seven.
Okay, that's a motion. You had a second.
Your motion, I think, is to remove 3 and 7.
Yes. Yes.
And I seconded
And you
that.
second it. Let's call for a vote.
Sorry, I'm starting with you, Sarah. Councilmember De La Rosa.
Oh, man, I'm gonna say no.
Councilmember Cassidy?
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Yes. Well, I seconded.
Mayor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yes.
And Councilmember Lavelle?
No.
We have 2 noes and 3 yeses for sections, to remove sections 3 and 7.
Okay. Now we have
Okay,
to,
so that would, so there may be, okay, so there's not a motion to remove it. Do you want to try a motion to approve as written, which would basically say that you're going to retain the right to regulate transient occupancy and hotels up to the period that the county goes into stage 3, and then at stage 3, you're going to be stepping away from that regulation. That's what the ordinance as written currently says.
so if that's the case, why did I just go through that and tell me that's not what to do? Because now, what's the
because-
difference? Somebody says, okay, now keep 3 and 7. The vote's going to be the same. What's the difference, council?
The difference is that if those are removed, the ability for Avalon to regulate it expires on May 31st. The county and the state may keep phase 2 for much longer. They may go to mid-June, they may go to July, which is what the council's direction was, is to align with the county. So if these pass as written, you would have the ability beyond May 31st to regulate these.
Well, if we wanted to change it to a phased approach like I was mentioning, is there a way to currently do that?
Yes, you just have to, yes, but you have to come up with what that phased approach is.
So if the motion was to allow for a phased approach to reopening that would be date and data driven, to allow for hotel properties to reopen for essential business at 50% capacity on June 1st, and that would be reviewed at the council meeting on, sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar, on June 16th, which is a regular council meeting, to determine whether we would stay at 50% capacity or go to 100% capacity.
It's just confusing because you're saying
You could make that motion.
essential
That
travel.
would be more restrictive
We're already
than
open
you
for
have
essential travel.
right now.
Correct,
because
but
right
the
now
hotels are
you
not.
Are allowing
The hotels currently,
to be at 100%
you're only open for essential
capacity
travel.
for
So,
non-essential workers.
sorry,
Scott, we didn't hear anything you just
Sorry,
said.
And I don't know that
Right now, the current ordinances provide that you can have up to 100% of occupancy for essential workers. And so that motion, if adopted, which we could do, would cut that capacity in half from what you already have. It would be more restrictive than what you have right now.
Yeah.
The issue I have, and this is where I'm looking maybe, Scott, to you for guidance, is my concern is we open it right away and people who think they will not have any enforcement will do what they want to do. And that's my concern for the community, is then you have all of those people who are showing a lack of need for enforcement in town now at the restaurants, impacting people who are having to do housekeeping, whether they want to come back to work or not, and everyone else along the way. So how can we mitigate that risk without having some phased approach?
You can right now, as part of you can always direct direct staff to use the full resources of your code enforcement to enforce this.
Their
As long
hours
as you
have
have
been
the
reduced.
city regulations, it would be code enforcement enforcing it.
Okay, so let's go back.
I would say, frankly, it's easier to enforce it if you do not have a limitation on 50%, because with that limitation of 50%, then you'd also have to be counting how many rooms are occupied or not.
And who's going to monitor that?
This is my concern. Is
Right,
that
that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
easier
I know.
to
Right.
enforce
And-
if you just say, we have
Or
a
then you're going to have money that's not reported to the city. I mean, there's just a lot of
or
other
the categories that can be in hotels.
Yeah.
My concern and my hesitation in this, and just for the community to know, is my hope is that in having the harbor reopen, it's a smaller amount of staff that have to interact directly with people to start. It allows us to figure out just how risky or not it is to reopen, and then allows us to have time to say, great, vacation rentals and hotels, it's totally okay. Everyone in town knows what they're doing. People are acting safely. Let's move forward. But having it happen at the exact same time is what is causing me concern, in that if there is a need for adjustment, then we're having to shut everything down again.
Yep.
And I don't want to have to put any of the businesses in that place of having to completely shut down again.
But just because, and yes, I'm frustrated with those people that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing now. But if they're going to be like that, they're going to be like that. There's nothing we can do about it. But just because we open up and they're not a little bit careful, but I am personally responsible for myself, that's where personal responsibility comes in. And again, so why would I go there if they're not wearing gloves, if they don't have the stuff? I'm not going to walk in there. So
I'm not saying you're going to walk in there, but I'm saying that person at a restaurant, at a vacation rental or a hotel, is then going to the same grocery store where I have to shop.
I know, and when you're in a grocery store, oh, Chief Krug, would you like to come up and talk a little bit about virus spreading? It triggered something he told me the other day, which I thought was fascinating.
And I apologize, Mayor, what's the question for me?
Oh, remember we talked the other day, and you were talking, because she was saying about, everybody going to the grocery store and blah, blah, blah. But you had given some statistics and stuff you found out from when you have your weekly meetings with all these other fire chiefs?
So, yes, ma'am. So what I can speak to is just data. I have a weekly conference call with the LA area fire chiefs, and some of the data that they were throwing out was that the worst place to be if you are going to get coronavirus or COVID at this point is in a skilled nursing facility. That's where the high numbers are at. Some are as high as 40% for the infection rate, the death rate, that's where the high numbers are at. That some of the data that they're interested in and they're looking at very closely is why is COVID not sweeping through the grocery industry? Why is COVID not sweeping through the homeless population? They can't explain it, and they can't contribute it exactly to, is it because of the precautions that we're taking? Is it because of social distancing? They can't hang their hat on any one thing, but that's what the data is showing, is that there are certain populations that are at risk, and there are certain industries and things where clearly stuff is working.
Yeah.
That was
okay. When she said grocery stores, that hit me, because there's also, they talk about the amount of time you stay in, the amount of minutes you stay in contact. Well, if I'm walking through the store and blah, blah, blah. So,
I think the secondary part of that too, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but is that, yes, the highest percentage is in homes like that, but that also the community spread is tending to happen within the home for the majority. So the challenge of knowing that someone may have to be working out of their home and bringing it home to people that are there is also a challenge to consider. There are a number of people who are well-to-do in this town and have a large enough space where they could quarantine in a bedroom and or have their own bathroom, and there are a majority of people in this town who share a bathroom with numerous people and have no way to quarantine. So balancing that and knowing kind of what our community makeup is, the people who would be going back to work first are the people that are literally the ones at highest risk for spread.
And if they're social distancing, and if they're wearing their masks, and over and over again. No, and well, if they're concerned whether they're going to get it or not, you damn well better think that before they go to work, they're going to have a mask and they're going to wear gloves or whatever the protocol is. So in that respect, and based on what you said, if those people are that freaked out, they're good, but they need to go back to work. They're going to take the precautions they need because they know they have to go home to that little house.
And I also want to point out, it's also their employers' responsibility to provide a safe and healthy environment. It is their responsibility to their employees. Bottom line, you need to make sure that you're making the environment for your staff to be safe.
Right.
You know, you can open up, great, but you better have your protocols in place as to how you're going to handle the people who are doing the grunt work.
Yeah.
So would anyone be in favor of a motion to extend 3 and 7 through Tuesday the 16th, which is a council meeting 2 away, to allow for time to see if the harbor impact has had any impact, and hopefully it has not had any, and we're able to move forward right away, and then on the 16th open at 100% for both hotels and transient occupancy?
But we're still under LA County's rule.
Correct. Yes, to match what LA County is doing on the 16th.
But we don't know what LA County is doing on the 16th.
As of right now, instead of letting this die at the 31st. If they move ahead faster than that, then we follow what they do anyway, right?
But we wouldn't. We would have to come back to a special city council meeting to remove our stricter rule.
To answer your question, no. Let's
No.
just make it simple for me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to answer that question. I am just saying that I believe that we should just align with city council. We should just align with LA County.
So if you put it up for a vote, it's going to be 3-2. Or what, 3-2, one way or the other, probably, whatever. So whatever you want to do.
If we're not willing to extend it or do it extra, then I would ask that we consider asking LA County Department of Public Health to come over between the week of the 8th and the 12th to review with businesses what is happening and see if they're in lockstep with what the county is asking them to do.
Yes.
Oh, and I think that's fine, and if they want to come in and fine them or do it, or shut them down, that's
I don't want to
fine.
fine or shut down people. I would like people to be in compliance. My whole thing of asking people to be in compliance is not to get money from them or punish them.
Yeah, well,
It's to
I know.
say, please be in line with what you're supposed to do.
So I just want to throw out there that we're going to start seeing this. Michael, we're going to start seeing this in our briefings as well. Many cities in the Gateway region, I'm in receipt of a letter that was drafted for the city of Santa Clarita that is asking to break away from LA County specifically and make their own rules. And a couple of the statistics. The population is 225,000 residents in that city. That's quite a bit different than what we've got here. And they have 529 cases, which is 1.5% of the total LA County. What's going to start happening in the next 2 weeks is we're going to start seeing cities in general popping up with these letters that say we want to break away from LA County. So there's these are data-driven letters. There's statistics. There's the information saying that we can, we know how to run our own city, and that's what a lot of the pressure has been for us, is that people want us to break away from LA County. And my compromise, because I know that one of these letters is going to end up coming to us for review, to the city to break away from LA County. I don't personally want to do that, but it is going to come. And I would rather us align with LA County, stick with their rules, at their timelines, at their guidance, and not go through the extra meetings and whatnot. It is not about not caring about our residents and not trying to keep our towns safe. It's about how much education we've learned through this whole process. The statistics, the data, Chief, you were just talking about the skilled nursing facilities. The other major situation with COVID cases is in our prisons. So it's, I don't want to just meeting us out and meeting and trying to spend hours and hours and hours developing a plan to come back and have wasted all those hours because LA County is starting to relax a lot of their guidelines.
So I have a question, Denise. If we would have asked Long Beach to be our public health agency years ago, and they were with us, we would be in a more relaxed situation, correct? Because Long Beach
I'm not sure. I know I get emails from
I think Long Beach is
Mayor
pretty much
Garcia.
following LA County,
And
even though they
stricter
have
on a
their
couple
own.
of things.
There's some
things there.
There's something, but there's still.
Yes, sir.
The city of Long Beach and the city of Pasadena are the two cities that in Los Angeles County that have their own public health department. And the last I looked, the county's guidelines were all pretty much in line. There were a few subtle differences, but I think as I last recalled, they were all pretty much in line.
Yeah, there's a couple small nuanced differences, but not much.
Yeah, because I do get the updates from Mayor Garcia. So.
Yeah. Okay, so somebody needs to make a motion on 3 and 7.
I thought we already did that. It didn't carry.
No. Oh, I thought it was just the way.
You can remake a motion at any time if it doesn't carry.
But I voted.
After you've had more information, you can always re-vote on something.
Okay. Oh, I thought I wrote it that way, and then he was going, no, we got to do it the other way where it starts with the. Okay, well then I guess we're done.
No, now we have to bring the whole ordinance back.
Okay.
Well, Lisa, I think you were making a second motion.
This is the part that I don't agree with on this, and I would like to have a different answer. I don't want to. My goal is not to penalize hotels or vacation rentals. It's to do this smartly.
Yeah.
And I don't. If certain parts of this can be extended longer than the ordinance, then why can't they be also extended shorter than the full ordinance? Why can't we say that 3 and 7 go until the 16th of June, which is a regular council meeting, we're not adding any extra meetings on, and as long as everything is done fine and we haven't heard any major concerns or had any major health issues, then great. it's lifted completely, it's 100%.
And if LA County relaxes their orders sooner,
Right, then it would follow LA County's for non-essential travel to then begin happening at the pace of LA County. Can I not do that? And if not, why?
Yes, you can do that. I'm trying to understand. So the motion would be, right now, the ordinance as written tracks the counties going into phase 3. Would the motion be that these provisions, sections 3 and 4, would remain in effect the longer or shorter than county going into phase 3, or June 15th, whichever is earlier or later? Is that what you're trying to accomplish?
Yes, June 16th, because that's the date of the council meeting.
Okay, but I have a question. What about the public? Don't they have an opportunity to speak to that?
Yes, if the public wanted to speak to that, now if there's a motion, the
And there would
public
have to be a
can
second.
comment on that motion, yes.
I'm sorry, but I'm not in favor of extending past the end of the month, because I believe that requires the public to have a comment if we're going to extend further.
And I loved your recommendation, though, to contact LA County Public Health and have them come and take a look as soon as they can. And it'll be interesting to see how many of those places, to spot check or whatever they do. I think that's important. I think that's a good idea.
Here's my issue: is there's so many things. Can we revisit the same vote again then if we're not going to? My issue is I think that the end of stage 2 is unknown and maybe too long.
Right.
That I want to do this with safety, which is why I'm asking for the extension of a 2-week period to be able to judge whether or not having the harbor open and additional people coming into town is too high of a risk to assume at a greater number.
But couldn't we just do that the first meeting in June instead of waiting until the second?
We could. That's 7 days, but it's still after this. It would still have to be extended.
Yeah.
And because
I can deal with that, because in talking to people, I was in explaining. Some people were saying no. Let's plan on the 15th of opening if we're able to do that. But my thing was, do the 31st so we don't have to do another special meeting. And if those people that are able to open up that first week could do it, then do it. If not, but I think if we went ahead because a lot of people were thinking the 15th is going to be the date that they would start opening.
The issue I have is there's nothing wrong with them being open for essential travel right now anyway. But be open for essential travel right now anyway.
Right. But we already know LA County is probably going to relax some other things in the next week, and I just think that we're penalizing hotels when a jewelry store can be open.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not fair to all concerned.
But aren't they already open to essential travel?
Yeah. Hotels and we're saying here, non-essential.
They're open for essential travel currently.
Right.
Right, and that's why I'm okay with the
says.
hotels. What I'm concerned with is the vacation rentals. Because they're already happening with Airbnb and via...
Some of those renters are essential workers.
Right, which is great. That's fine. And I do believe that the vacation rentals have great protocols that they're going to follow. I'm concerned with the safety of the workers.
Well, again, whatever this plan is or whatever, it still has to be 4-1, correct?
Yep.
Okay, well then...
Yes, the other thing is that, obviously, you have voted yes on 5 other restrictions that you have in the ordinance. And so the question is, if you want to pass those, you're going to have to vote on an ordinance tonight to keep those in. And the question is, How do you get to 4 votes on this issue so that you can pass this ordinance?
And at this point, I mean,
At this point, it will pass with the exception of 3 and 7, basically, unless somebody...
well, and the issue of not penalizing hotel properties, and I don't feel like waiting 2 weeks is asking them for an unnecessary burden to be able to make sure that it's safe to do so. However, it won't pass with that because it doesn't sound like there's 4 votes for that currently.
Correct.
So is it better to then have to have them wait until the end of stage 2 instead, as opposed to having it open June 16th?
Well, no, and that's not going to pass either.
What's not?
The one that, this already didn't.
Mayor, may I say something?
Please, help me out. Help us all out. This is...
The transient rentals and the hotels is strictly that you're saying we're following LA County. It is for essential people. If I am a family on the mainland and I'm still choosing, I hear everybody over there on the mainland is out and about, hotels are being rented, people are on the beaches. We saw LA County beaches with people sitting there. We saw the lifeguard without a mask on. We're not saying we're going to advertise we are open for business. It is strictly we are going to follow LA County's guidelines so they can enforce it. And if I'm a family and I'm coming to Catalina, if I can't go sit on the beach, if I can't go on a tour and do the things that I'm going to do on a vacation and go out to a restaurant so I don't have to cook, whether I'm in a vacation rental or a hotel, I think it's going to self-regulate, and that's putting me out there saying what I'm for, but I just think you guys are, it's great conversation. I think we're kind of mixing up the facts of if come one, come all, and it's not that.
Right.
And no, I do not know how it's going to be regulated. I'm just saying that if you're going to be on vacation, you're not going to come here until everything is lifted.
No.
And that's the slow approach.
And just to follow up on that, I was just watching my political shows, and that's what people are talking about. Are we going to travel, and if we travel, are we going to travel safely? It's a whole new, like I said, it's a whole new world. It's a whole way of where we go. And I just don't see hundreds of people getting on the boat, besides they're not being the boats right now, of coming over and inundating Avalon on June 1st.
Right.
If we were to let the... And I've explained this to other people in that I'm looking through 3 different little lenses, one being running a hotel, one being those employees that work with that hotel, and then spending 6 years on the hospital board and having to look out for the well-being of the entire community. And we are not, if it comes, we are not going to be able to stop it from coming. It could be one of the people that goes over every day just to go to the doctors. They may come in contact with them, and they may be the ones that bring it back. But the point being is, let's just fall under LA County's guidelines, and then we're not the police of everybody.
Okay, it's well said. Is there a motion? If there's a motion, make the motion.
Well, we're stuck on...
Based on this, and knowing that if we need to, we can add these back in if we have to,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
We could come, we can have an urgency ordinance.
Yeah, we can have it, we can do this
whenever we
again,
want.
and
I can't justify penalizing when we can't do it safely and no one will agree to, holding over till the end of stage 2 for hotels and transient rentals to have this in place. I hope and would love to have conversations with hoteliers and vacation rental owners and property managers to say that if you haven't thought about your bedspreads, we're going to have an issue. Like, we're going to have an issue.
Yeah.
You have, what, 7 days? What day is this? 10 days? 11 days? To correct it?
Yeah. There are industry standards, and if they're not going on to look at it, the ones that I speak to...
Right. The industry standards actually don't address bedspreads, which is surprising to me.
Okay, well...
So, again, please...
I don't know about a bedspread.
I feel like the goal here should not be that you should be doing the least amount possible. You should be
Right.
looking at it as a full picture.
Exactly.
But I can't enforce that in the law, so please look at the whole picture, people.
Yeah. No.
I can't justify holding it over them until the end of stage 2 when we're not doing it to other people.
Right.
And I hate this feeling. So I don't know if we can move forward with the ordinance as Annie had originally suggested, and...
Well, right now...
You could have a motion to renew the original motion.
Yeah.
It would be called, it's just called a motion to renew. You can do it at the meeting because it did pass, and see what the vote is. If Annie's motion originally made passes, these are removed, and then you have these, the county, you're up to the county as of June 1st, and again, as indicated, you have other meetings in June where you could always, if things go disastrously wrong, you could come and pass an urgency ordinance if you have 4 votes to do so.
Okay. So I make a motion to pass the urgency ordinance with the omission of 3 and 7.
Is that correct, sir?
So if you want to pass the ordinance, the appropriate, without 3 and 7, I'm going to read what the appropriate motion is. I'm going to read what the appropriate motion is to adopt this ordinance without 3 and 7.
Yeah.
And then if there's proof of that, you can say, I move to what Scott said. So if you want the ordinance to be adopted without 3 and section, the appropriate motion would be to adopt an urgency ordinance of the City of Avalon extending measures that will further address the COVID-19 emergency and help protect the health, safety, and welfare of City of Avalon residents and visitors, and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency and waive reading of the urgency ordinance.
So moved.
I'll second.
No, that was supposed to be mine.
You hesitated. Wait, Scott, where did you have those 2 sections being removed? Right in the...
At the very beginning.
Oh, and the ordinance would be without section 3 and 7, and the numbering of the ordinance would be altered accordingly.
Okay. There's a motion. What? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a motion and a second.
Who's the second? Sorry.
Michael. Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Aye.
Mayor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilmember Ponce.
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle.
Aye.
And can I make a comment? Anything that we do, we can always bring back if it's not working. We can always bring it back and fix it.
That's what Lashanya just said.
That's...
Yep.
We always have to... We want to try to do it right the first time, but things may get out of whack, and we may have to realize that we need to adjust it. We have that ability to do that. That's what our job is.
And they'll be curious to see what the whack is. Is the whack that people are taking pictures with people's phones? Is the whack that he's had to give tickets? You know, they'll be curious to see what the whack is.
Right.
Is it that we have one COVID case and we go wacky? You know,
I would hope that it's none of the above and everything works smoothly.
Oh, I know. Well, you know it won't. I mean...
You're going to have a percentage that's 100%, 110% compliant. You're going to have a percentage that's 0. And then there's people that may not understand fully and will just need a little guidance. I mean, the spectrum's already there.
Okay. Well, I think if Tony's watching, I don't think he is. Hello, Tony. Again,
Are you coming
Any
to...
more public comment that we need to address?
No, it's already voted on. Denise, you can take the day off tomorrow for your birthday.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay, no further comments?
Can I just add one more, sorry. If we please, as a business, if you could just make sure when you're addressing your visitors or guests, whatever you want to call them, to please not put, I know that we're all trying to point the fingers and stuff, but to please not point the fingers just at the city and the county saying it's our fault, nothing's happening, it's creating a divide. We do want them to come back. Let's remind them that. Thank you.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.